Hello, everybody! Like and subscribe to the channel! Hi, Gemma! Woo. I am recovering from the past week of festivities here on Boxing Day. I guess some people might not know what that is, but the Commonwealth does. The Commonwealth has the boxing. My name is Tipzntrix, and I'm joined by JPML Pro and WRC Gemma, WRC President Gemma Sakamoto. Wow, very star-studded, very decorated, celebrated. I'm a streamer commentator. I do mahjong on Twitch and other places. And you can find Gemma on X or Twitter at DamaQueenGem, as well as right here on the World Riichi channel, of course. We'll be joined by JPML Pro Jenn later, as well as Arthur or Corak, ARML star commentator, and Dave, the president of the USPML. Of course, USPML, United States Professional Mahjong League, is one of our two sponsors, and on the bottom right, of course, World Riichi Championship. We hope you'll check out Sparrow's Nest in Manhattan, New York City. It's a mahjong studio fully equipped with Slim Score, Ultima, and Rex 3 automatic tables. And the World Riichi Championship, the most prestigious and international championship in the world, is coming back in 2025. A lot of the seats are already spoken for.
We'll be able to get a look of your beautiful names and soon your beautiful faces in Tokyo.
That's right. So I hope you are all excited for that. Of course, Gemma joining us here has a lot to say about that. I wonder how much she has to say about the World Riichi Online Team League coming up, though. The 3-player version starting next year.
Yeah, do you know what? It's not been as popular as the 4-player one was. Am I surprised? A little bit. I thought there were a lot more degenerates out there who wanted to play 3-player than I. Yeah, but there aren't. Where are you, degenerates? You've got to talk to Jenn. Jenn will be massively disappointed because she loves 3-player.
Right.
But there's still time to sign up. So if you go to the worldriichi.org website, go to events, and then at the bottom of the menu you can see the event details. So there's still time until the 1st of January to sign up if you're interested.
No.
Significantly cheaper than the 4-player event as well. That makes a difference.
That's always exciting. After Christmas, of course, the budget is a little bit smaller, so hopefully
it's cheaper than going out for drinks and food. Yeah,
it's true. Our World Riichi commentating team here is being represented this time for the 3-player. And Jenn, of course, has her own 3-player team. The spearhead behind the 3-player movement, the San movement.
She loves it. It fits right in with her personality, though, so I am unsurprised.
Yeah, as well as a lot of other pros from JPML and other pro leagues around Japan.
I mean, professionals love 3-player. I think I'm the only professional who doesn't like. I don't hate it, but it's not my preferred method of play. But professionals in Japan love 3-player. It's fast, it's exciting. Yeah.
And I guess to wrap back around to the whole big tournament in 2025 and the invitational seats, the World Riichi League is coming to the US. So I'll let Gemma talk a bit about that.
Yeah, I mean, this is partly why I'm not playing in the 3-player online league, is that there's just a lot going on at the moment in my life. But we've already doing the league over in Europe, and it seemed grossly unfair that we didn't have it in North America. So we're going to have 3 events simultaneously over 3 cities, so New York, San Francisco, and Chicago, hopefully covering as much of you as you can, because North America is a huge piece of land, and you're very spread out. It'd be much easier if you could, concentrate yourselves a little bit better like we do in Europe. But anyway, so that's happening on the first weekend of March. There's still spaces, so if you want to sign up, I think New York might be full, but there's still spaces in Chicago and San Francisco. And then from each of those 3 events, we'll be taking the winner, and they'll be seeded into an online event, and then we'll have a selection procedure for the final individuals for that event. So then, if you're successful in the online event, you will have a seat to the WRC 2025. It's one of the last opportunities to nab a seat. It's not gated to US residents either, so if you want to come down from Canada, you're more than welcome. And even if you want to fly over from Europe, I think someone from France has tried to register. I'm not sure if they got in on time, but yeah, it'll be good fun, I think.
Yep. Everyone battling it out for those last spots for the tournament.
Yeah, it's going to get vicious, I think. I suggested a more battle royale format, but I was shot down on that.
Hopefully not too vicious. We have to keep some manners in our community here.
Do you not think manners are the most... maybe this is a very British perspective, but I think having good manners makes you really vicious.
Sounds very passive-aggressive to me.
Yes.
But regardless, your last chance, play it how you will, and good luck to you in the World Riichi League US tour. I'll call it a tour because it's 3 tournaments.
It's a tour. I
That's
like
basically
that,
a tour.
Very Swifty, yeah.
All right, but today is the Yukan Fuji Cup, the Japanese Women's League, sponsored by Yukan Fuji. 2 leagues. We've got the Scepter League in Tokyo and the Orb League, not just Osaka, but all of Western Japan. This is the Orb League. Got 64 teams in the Scepter League, 16 groups of 4. We are on group 11 today, I believe. Session 11, group 11. It's kind of perfect. So all you have to remember is those 2 numbers, 1 and 1. And this group is actually pretty stacked. We've got a number of M-Leaguers, as we mentioned. We've got former M-Leaguers. We've got M-Leaguers' wives. And we've got, I believe, M-League commentary as well. So we've got all angles on M-League. The player, the family member, the former player, the commentator. We'll see which one of them can perform in Mahjong today. Our teams are the Hokkaido Fan Meeting Club. This is actually a parlor, a Japanese Mahjong parlor, and it's called Fan Meeting because their big advertisement is they get a lot of guest pros in. A ton of guest pros, and of course their fans can come meet them there. Up in Hokkaido too. They have to send them a good bit away, I suppose. The Hokkaido trip is not that easy to make normally.
No, Japan is small, but it's long.
Right.
Inconveniently long. So Hokkaido's right up there in the north, in the length.
And so their claim to fame is that they're able to lure the pros out of Tokyo and their urban or suburban lifestyle and bring them up to Hokkaido to come see them play. We've also got the YouTube channel 3 Arrows. They are focused on Mahjong, and you can watch them in Japanese here on YouTube. We've got the Little Hair Salon that is extremely popular with Mahjong pros, and especially M-Leaguers, it sounds like. It sounds like they've decided to sponsor a team because they were too much of a insider secret, and they wanted to get their name out so they can get more of the audience, more of the general audience.
I noticed they've changed their logo, right? Because it just used to be little, written in that kind of creepy, childy font, like it's in Silent Hill or something. And I noticed they've added the hair salon and the little images.
Yeah, so
it's a
you
little
know
less
what's
creepy now. Yeah, I'm a little less obsessed, but I am still going to attend that salon before 2025 event because I want to have my hair done there. The advertising works.
So I'm glad to know that sponsoring and Mahjong team has worked out for them. So yeah, they're trying to expand just from the pros into all the people watching the pros. And of course we have karaoke bar Gatinha, also a Mahjong themed bar. I believe you can actually play bar at Gatinha. That's right.
Yeah.
Gatinha? Oh, I get it. Excuse me. And yeah, so mostly karaoke, but I believe you can play Mahjong there as well. And they are Mahjong themed. So they've also sponsored a team of pros here for this tournament. The WRC also has a sponsored team in this Yukan Fuji Cup. We've seen them on stream before. Gemma here is the UK captain, while Jenn comes from the US, Mio from South Korea, and Lika from China. So the international squad, just like WRC International, is playing in Yukan Fuji. And they've been doing pretty well, but they do have a bye this week. So we can get into the scores here very quickly just before we get started. Hokkaido is in the lead pretty solidly at 176.1. So this is the end of session 10. 3 arrow channel just holding above 0. And Little and Gatinha are a fair bit behind the 0 mark. But there's still 6 sessions to go, so it's still any team's game.
Little is not too bad there. I mean, Mahjong 3 arrows are quite close to that 0 point. Wouldn't take much to pop themselves over into second place, at least.
That's right.
Gatinha, that's a struggle to be that far down.
But it's definitely possible with six rounds of 3 games, 18 games.
It is achievable in this format, right? Because winning is rewarded so well.
Right.
So as long as they front-loaded their losing and now they're just going to be winning, they'll be fine.
Of course. And our players for fan meeting trying to hold that lead, we've got Hatsune Osaki. She's dressed in Hokkaido garb there in her picture, representing Hokkaido Mahjong fan meeting. In the south seat, we have Mariko herself for Little Hair Salon, the former M-Leaguer Kanako Maruyama. In the west seat for 3 Arrows channel, Makiko Saika. And for Karaoke Bar Gatinha, trying to make the big comeback, it's Arisa Aragaki. Now, let's get right into it. Good luck to all competitors. Well, it looks like it's a cheerful opening to this game.
Yeah.
No matter what the score is, everyone's having a good time. We've got some of our other non-TV tables getting on TV, getting a little bit of that spotlight.
Do you just think how much they have to vacuum hoover the floor?
Yeah, so that the black floor looks spotless.
Yeah,
like that.
or the pilf on it. Yeah, I just would not fancy that.
Definitely shout outs to all the staff behind the scenes that help make the production possible.
Sure, there's a lot of staff behind these kinds of, larger leagues. There's, you've got to have your admin staff, you've got to organize your tables, you have the people who are running the actual venue itself, which are cleaners, all of that. And then there's a whole room full of people for the stream. All of these switches between the cameras are manual.
Right.
It's kind of crazy. That's an amazing draw, by the way, from Maruyama. That was a lot of honor tiles.
Ooh, so the Dora is the 4-pin here. Maruyama has a very interesting hand. It's not completely sorted, but the fact she has so many honors means I guess she doesn't need to.
Yeah, makes it easier, but she's not going to call the second north either. So she's got 2 norths now that she's going to have to decide if she's going to make a pair or she's I would have been tempted to call that second off. I don't think I'd call the first, but I would have been tempted to call the second one.
Yeah. It's going to be interesting to see because her hand is so far behind the ball. Maybe she's going for 13 orphans. Maybe that's why she didn't make a call here. Of course, she is locking in all these Dora shapes. All these tiles around the Dora. 2, 4, 5 pin. And now with a third pair, I would start expecting some calls. But as you said, it's too late for North. So that's going to make it slower.
Maruyama's actually she's a former M Leaguer, right?
That's right.
So, probably used to a bit more flair in the Mahjong, right? M League definitely plays an exciting form of this game.
The M League broadcast table with the Red 5 rules. Unfortunately, no, they still have head bump.
Unfortunately, what are you talking about? Head bump that's where you get the real emotion through. The disappointment, the elation.
Flair. Oh, man. Ooh, triple of the 1-mons. That's going to be exciting here for Saika. And a call is made. Yeah. But it's only half the weight that it could be, as you mentioned. Oh, Green Dragon. Okay. Yeah. Locked in.
Yeah. She's got half flush, Adora. Yeah, it's Mangan, and that'd be a great way to start this table, no?
Yeah.
And it'd be waiting on 3 pin that I am convinced is the best. Oh, and a reach.
Yeah, Saika's not going to let Maruyama get away with this for free.
See, I'd be tempted not to reach it though, because you could change it over to get that Dora in.
Yeah, you could also deal in. that could be a problem.
that's the other option. But I guess she wants to ask the questions on the table and see if Maruyama's really serious about winning this hand after 2 calls.
Exactly. Osaki with the double east for the dealer, so that's going to be a big call.
Do you think Saika's regretting that reach now? So Maruyama folds out.
I mean, the weight is still pretty good.
There's the door. Saika through the door. She just held on.
That was her chance, as you mentioned. Can you really wait just for one tile, though? One type of tile?
Come on. I don't know. She's kind of locked in. No, I would have wanted to wait for the 4 pin, but, that's why they call me Damo Queen, I guess.
Gemma's style. Saika has her own style.
I suspect Saika wins more than I do, so...
And we can see from the start and the total that the wind tie comes into play sometimes. It's going to be rather interesting.
Osaki is not that committed despite her East call, is she?
Yeah, but there's the 9-mon, so the Riichi works out. She would have had one more Dora had she waited a little bit, but I'm not going to falter for that, even if Gemma does.
No, I'm not going to fault Osaki for throwing into that one. I mean, it's tiny, isn't it?
Right. And
it's not really worth worrying about.
We're going to do something a little bit different here, because today we have a message from Osaki, Hatsune Osaki, our first dealer. We saw, unfortunately, she didn't quite get that hand even with the double east, but she does have something to say before she gets to her next dealer. So let's check it out.
はい、皆さんこんにちは。北海道麻雀ファンミーティングチームの大崎初音です。チーム第7節を迎えて、チーム戦首位を走っております。このままチーム戦準決勝に進めるようにみんなで頑張りたいと思います。応援よろしくお願いします。
Well, that's her.
Cute.
Quite so. As a guest pro for the fan meeting, Hokkaido Fan Meeting parlor. There she is, waiting to get her last tile. Looks like there's a little miscommunication.
Yeah, these girls seem really friendly, though.
Hmm.
I kind of want to play on a table with these
Yeah. I
lasses.
suppose they've been playing with each other for a little while now because it's session 11 here.
Mm.
And Osaki looking to do her best. She is behind the ball here after East 1, with Saika collecting 2,000 points from her. But
Minor, yeah.
very small, as you mentioned. Can't really falter. After calling that double East, you had a decent hand to push with as the dealer. And it just
Yeah,
didn't
as the
work out for
dealer,
her
I
there.
think. Exactly. I think the fold from Maruyama was interesting. I think it's the sort of thing, you can correct me if you see differently, but I don't see that kind of fold so often in the West. Often when people have called and they've got a mangan locked in, they'll keep pushing,
Hmm.
and the excuse when they throw in is, "Oh, but I had a mangan."
Yeah, that one was...
Yeah, but
It was
yeah.
one away still, and the weights weren't great. I've definitely seen folds like that before, but I do know a lot of players who would just go for it at that point.
Mhm.
Um,
I think your argument for going for it would be stronger if you were towards the end of a game and the point difference
right,
was dictating pushing you
right.
over into that. Well, I have to push this now, but it's the start of the game. I think it was a really strong fold,
I
and she
agree.
kept those norths to do the folding with. So we were,
So not
yeah.
calling
If
worked
she'd
out
have
in
done what
that
I did,
case.
yeah, if she'd done what I'd have done, she wouldn't have been in such a strong position.
In the meantime, Osaki here in the north seat herself has just drawn 2 red dragons. Maruyama in the dealer seat has the 2 norths. Doesn't seem like she will be calling them this time either. Maruyama didn't call the
No.
north last time, and even less of a reason to call it this time without Yaku. Aragaki's hand is looking to move towards Pinfu in a certain way. And Osaki gets an east. She would have liked it last hand probably, but not this
Yeah.
hand. Only 1 copy in her hand this time. And she's not the dealer. But Saika and Aragaki moving towards very typical, usual run-shaped hand. Maybe we'll get Pinfu, maybe just Riichi. Whereas Osaki and Maruyama seem to be collecting pairs and triplets. Although Maruyama here is just 1 away from a Pinfu herself,
Yeah.
even with a pair of pairs, 2 pairs.
She had potential Sanshoku in there as well, if I had it correct.
5, 6, 7. I'll have to take a second
Yeah.
look. Osaki taking a second look at her own hand here.
I mean,
Also,
Sanshoku is a great way to get extra
yeah,
points.
it's going to be
5, 6,
pretty
7,
hard
yeah.
because
It
the
would
4,
be
5,
hard,
6,
but
7, 8, 9 in Pinfu.
yeah. Yeah, you'd kind of want the 6, 7, 8 as well, so you could incorporate that Dora.
Right.
Mm.
But hey, mixed triples, the Sanchoku is worth more than the Dora on its own.
Yeah.
If you can get it though.
If you can
And
get it right. And
Maruyama
there's
is
the
still
8.
a little bit far away. Yeah, that is interesting. She's actually going to hold on to it, lose a little bit of efficiency, lose one of the pairs, but have a chance for more points.
Oh, you're not gonna throw points like that back at the table, are you? The Dora is so powerful.
What if I
It's
told
basically
you
double.
I would?
No. Don't say that. You're breaking my heart.
All these Dora fanatics. So now here's a very interesting option.
This is a problem. No, it's not a problem. You throw the 3 bamboo, right?
Yes, that's what we're saying. It would vastly reduce the number of tiles she could win on or get to Tempai with. So she is going to keep the current course here.
Shape.
That a 6? It's a 9. Almost as good as a
9.
6.
Yeah.
But not
Quite
quite
a
Tempai.
strong shape she's playing with there.
Right.
And the 9 bamboos, yeah, it's if you think you can fold it, you've got 3 of them to do it with.
Osaki, Maruyama, not really the greatest tile here either. Out it goes once again.
It's really slowed down her hand.
That Dora is just sitting in her hand. The 8-mon looking for a 7-mon to connect. Triple norths. I seem to be drawn to Maruyama even if she didn't call them last time. A lot of different ways. Oh, sorry, this is not Maruyama. This is Saika.
Saika, yeah.
Yes.
She's not north, so it doesn't help her.
Out comes Eitzel. I mean, a triplet is a triplet, regardless, right? This is still not Tempai. It's a slightly improved weight once again, but Aragaki is sort of getting all these improvement tiles, but not the most improvement tile.
It's just sort of staggering towards a pinfu only.
Right.
It's just taking a lot of work to do it.
Out comes the Dora.
Dora.
There it goes. Gonna keep a safer tile. No chance to call for any of the other players. A Dora appears in Saika's hand. She has the same decision. Same decision made.
Yeah. Easy play, that one.
It's easy now, even though you were keeping the Dora before. Now it's easy play to just discard it.
Well, it's a Saika, right? Because Maruyama had just thrown it. I wouldn't want to hold it and keep it as a little ticking time bomb in my hand.
But you could get the 7.
You see, you're the dreamer.
No, I was the one who was going to discard it right off the bat. So Osaki here now has a pair of West, but that is not her Yaku, not her wind of the round. So that's not going to give her any Yaku. 4, 5, 6 at last. Somebody's Tempai.
Tempai on misery.
Yeah, Riichi only. She's got a Riichi in order to win on it by Roan, and she does. Saika, no fear of reaching here. So far it's been working out for her, but still only a small lead. We'll see if it continues to work out here.
But I mean, you could look at the table and make an educated guess that no one else is doing very well on their hands. So by calling reach, you're getting everyone to fold, right?
I mean, everybody else is 1 away. I wouldn't say they're doing that bad. And here comes Aragaki. 2-sided weight. Here we are. Okay.
And the 6 pins are all over there. Sitting in Osaki's hand.
Yeah, tough spot. Tough spot for Aragaki. Yeah. There's a 6 and a 9 in Maruyama's hand. So no more 6-pin left in the wall.
No, it's just the 9 pins they're chasing for at the moment.
There's 2 9-pin in the wall, actually. No, 1. One
discarded, isn't there? 2, yeah.
Yeah, 2 discarded. 1 was very early. So both of these weights not looking too great in terms of drawing.
Yeah.
We'll see whether it goes to draw. Can anybody else make Tempai before we get there? Or will they? Will Osaki have to discard a 6-pin in order to do it? She's going to play safely for now, discarding a pair of red dragons, or at least 1. Tempai!
We are Tempai.
And none of these tiles deal in. Maruyama is the dealer. She's going to risk it, but no Riichi. Yeah. Very few tiles left in the wall. She might actually win it here, though.
He has a draw left, though, right?
Yes.
Okay. Some rule sets don't let you reach unless you've got a draw.
That's right. I believe Mondo TV rule set is the same. You cannot Riichi without having a draw left. The M League rules that we've seen, they do allow you to Riichi even without a draw left.
Yeah. So the WRC rules for 2025 we're changing it so you can reach without a draw left.
Oh, you're joining them.
It's the direction that the game is going.
If you want to put your points in, I don't see why we should stop you, right?
Well, there's a couple of drivers. One being it's one of those common mistakes that people make, and you're like, do they really need to be punished for this, as you say?
Right.
And it's always interesting. The second sort of point is that it's always interesting that rules, you're in this strange position of guiding the game, but you also need to reflect the game as it's being played. So we always have those two sort of competing pulls of guiding people the way we think the beautiful game should be played.
Yeah, I've heard.
And reflecting how the game is played in reality.
I've heard some people call the Riichi rule without any tiles, without any draws left, the Sasaki Hisato rule. In the first year, he used it twice twice in the same season. And I don't recall anybody else using it. It's possible, but first season with that rule.
I mean, I
Sasaki used it
secretly
twice.
I like it. I think it's bold. I don't, because
Yes.
sumo is just a rude way to win anyway. I'm going to win off someone else's tile. That's the polite way to do it. That's the real gentleman's game.
And actually, later today we will be seeing Sasaki-san's wife will be playing today. So that'll be very exciting. I don't think too many people have seen her from the West.
She's an amazing player.
Tezuka.
She's not just Sasaki.
Yeah, she's an amazing player in her own right.
Yeah, once Jenn invited me to a study session with her, and she's just so knowledgeable. I do wonder though whether she ever talks mahjong at home with her husband, or whether they just completely leave it out.
Yeah, maybe it causes too many problems. Yeah. Osaki here is 1 away from Tenpai, a very interesting hand. Maybe a Tanyao, but maybe a Pinfu. Not 1 away from Pinfu Tenpai though. So we'll see whether she takes a slower route to try and add Pinfu to the hand, or just goes right away in the triplet style weight, the Shampon weight.
It's very stabby so far though, isn't it?
Yep, Aragaki with a second call here, trying to take down a quick hand. West being Dora. It's going to be interesting.
I don't like these shapes of Osaki's here. I don't like them at all.
Okay. But it is still 1 away. Still 1 away from Tenpai with that.
Yeah. There's not much on the board either to give you a sort of tip over one way or the other, right? Whether you're going to throw that 7-8 block and she's going to go that way. Okay.
Yeah, that was essentially a 6 block hand right there. It was a 5 block hand with a floating 5, and then it became a 6 block. Not for long, though.
Exactly.
Another pair here for Saika. Her pairs are both connected to her shapes, though, so it's hard to use them on their own right now.
Oh.
And another pair for Osaki, but it doesn't really seem like she needs it at all.
You've got a lot of inner tiles there and not a lot of obvious escape routes, right?
Yes. That's one of the hands where you might have to have an excuse just to go for it. And in fact, Saika taking a little bit of efficiency loss to have a safe route to her Chanto or Junchan. Yep. The I believe, was because you saw Aragaki get Tenpai. Small hand.
Yeah.
It's almost half flush. It's actually very close, but she didn't quite get there. If she was looking for more points, she could have kept the Dora, cut 3-4 mon, and tried to get a Mangan out of it. But 2 Riichi sticks on the table, 1 Honba. She will collect the lead there, basically through the bonus points, because the hand itself was only 1 Han.
I mean, there's no need to slow down when there's already 2,000 points on the table, right? You just scoop them up.
Right. Saika here, our dealer now in East 3. Well, we haven't talked too much about Saika. She's a Mahjong Union player, Mew. As like an engineering graduate. Mew is not. It is not the Greek constant for like an arbitrarily small amount. That's epsilon.
I mean, they are a smaller league, to be fair.
Yeah, but Mew is the prefix for like micro stuff. So you have the M for milli in like milliliters. You have the C for centa in like centiliters, or more people would know centimeters. Centiliter is an occasional measurement. It's not common parlance. And micro is represented by the mu sign. So every time I see mu, I'm like, oh, that's the smaller league because they use the little mu. But yeah, she is currently at minus 14.3, so a small negative right now. And this is her first year. This is her first time on a broadcast table, period. Not her first year playing Mahjong. This is her first year in Yukan Fuji and her first time playing on a broadcast table.
Broadcast tables are stressful. Yeah.
Well, it hasn't stopped her from reaching though, so she's not fearful of playing her own game.
No, but that is something I worry for the the Westerners or the the non-Japanese folk who are going to be bringing over to Tokyo 2025. They're going to have a lot more eyes on them than they used to, and I'm worried that pressure will get to them. I know that there are some I know that the Riichi League, the N League, is broadcast regularly.
That's
you can
right.
check them out on YouTube as well if you're interested. Yeah, there's few people out there outside of Japan who have that experience of all eyes on them. I don't enjoy it. I mean, when Jenn comes on after this game, people are more than welcome to ask her questions. She's been on TV tables plenty of times.
Yeah, both for mahjong and for other things. She used to work.
Yeah,
she used to work as an actress. Yep.
Exactly, she is a TV talent in and of her own right.
That's right.
So she probably has some great tips on keeping your cool and being able to play your best despite the pressures. Don't ask me, I don't know how to do it.
Just draw good tiles there, like that 4-so for Osaki. That's going to connect the Dora 3-so.
Yeah, the Mahjong can make it easy and just give you the tiles you need so you don't have to think too hard. I think Aragaki here she's thinking about the flush this time after last time she just went for the...
Yeah, it seems like Osaki wants a flush as well. Sorry, it was Maruyama who drew the 4-so to connect to the 3-so. Osaki was the previous hand. And one away from Maruyama, able to call to Tenpai here. Has the Dora for a little bit of value. We'll see whether she goes for the call. She hasn't been playing too many calls, but she's going to play this one to Tenpai. 4-7 man weight here.
Yeah, so Aragaki's going to want Saika to be throwing that white dragon, right?
Yeah, Saika here is going to have a tough time protecting her dealership. You know, when you're the dealer, you want to try and win more than usual. You don't want to have to pay out anyone's sumo, but you can see her hand is so far behind. And the open calls from Osaki, the very aggressive half flush on the table, means the white dragon is dangerous, not necessarily to Aragaki, but also to Osaki on the table. That's made it a little more obvious, and I think that's really keeping Saika from doing anything with that, other than holding it in her hand. Oh, full flush! Aragaki's committed, but it's too late. Maruyama's call pays off here, and she's able to take down the hand quickly before the full flush can develop.
That was some good defensive work, do you think?
Yes.
I think that was intentional,
Offense for defense.
Yeah.
Yeah, there were actually 2 half flushes going on the table. One closed and one open.
Yeah.
And
Osaki is a little bit behind here now, and the other 3 ladies are doing quite nicely.
Yep. Aragaki's team, Gatinha, is still pretty far behind, so she knows that she's got to try and go for a first here.
But yeah, you can see the little score. They start at minus 74.4. If they continue to be in the lead, they'll be at minus 36.4.
Yeah, they can catch up quite quickly here.
Yeah, it's so big, the first place bonus.
Yeah, the Mondo TV Pro League rules. The UMA of 3010, as well as the 20-point Oka, the first place bonus. You put the points together, it's like 50 points for first place.
I always hated the way they did Uma and Oka. I'm like, really? There's enough math complications here. You have to keep adding line items.
Right. It's like a receipt. Here in Canada, we have a 64-day tax leniency the sales tax has been removed on certain products to make it easier to boost the economy for Christmas shopping.
Oh, wow.
And it goes all the way through into February, so it's still going on, but it's this huge headache for retailers who like the software for point
Yeah,
of sale
right.
on cash has to have been set up for only for 64 days. It might never happen again. And it only applies to certain items, mostly items for children and
Yeah.
to help restaurants eating out, like for celebrating. So it's mostly about families. Tempai here. So that's just another example of math getting in the way.
Yeah.
I have a good idea. 5 pairs here. Maruyama not afraid to lock in 7 pairs, cutting the 4-5 shape here. The one near to the Dora.
I mean, how many point of sales engineers, software people do you think are missing out with their family because they have to work long hours to like the 64-day thing?
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, no one thinks about those people, do they?
I know about that. Tisk. Ugh. Oh, going to keep the red dragon. It just came out across the table from Aragaki.
Yeah. She's going for 7 pairs, though, and that would be a much better weight than a central tile, right?
Saika, on the other hand, cutting one of her pairs in order to accept that Dora that she just drew. 607, so both Osaki and Saika across the table from her both have the 607 so shape, looking for 5 or 8 so to connect. Of course, Maruyama using it, actually just discarded it for her 7 pairs.
One thing that was interesting that Osaki just did, again, often when I'm teaching the beginners or lower intermediate levels, if you're cutting a block like 7-9 and you are committed to cutting that block out, you cut from the inside one first.
Right.
It's a little bit more dangerous for a little longer. So throwing it before the 9 is the sort of standard way of playing it.
Right.
I think,
Maruyama.
yeah, that's not always true though. Like if you're using Naga, often you'll see that it goes, oh, you should throw from the 9, and that's partly the shape of the, the state of the rest of your hand, the point of the table, and all of that. So it's not a hard and fast rule, but you'll often see them going that way, so inside out rather than outside in.
A lot of options now for Aragaki. So she's going to cut a pair, have a pinfu opportunity if she can draw 7 so. And we saw previously Maruyama keeping the triplet in hand. Oh, back to 7 pairs though. She's gotten Tenpai.
Reach.
First Tenpai at the table. Maruyama's 7 pairs Riichi. No Dora on that. Especially in these non-red 5 rules. Having Dora pair makes 7 pairs a lot more dangerous. Sometimes it can just feel like a kind of cheap hand when you don't have Dora. But she has the chance to flip Ura Dora thanks to her Riichi. So maybe that'll pay off for her.
It's all a little bit stabby. I think it's a good... I mean, the risk for her is that there's the 2 red dragons sitting in someone else's hand. We know they're not. But that is the challenge.
Will Saika fold this hand here? We got a tough draw. Maruyama's discards look a little interesting. Out comes the 5-mon, so not a complete fold yet, but a slight efficiency reduction in order to stay safe. 2-pin comes out, so Aragaki is not leaving this hand, at least not yet. She's gonna at least risk Tsuji. 7-pin. That's another Tsuji. So none of our other 3 players are completely folding. Ooh! Ooh!
Yes.
There it comes.
Nice. Very nice, Maruyama.
And it's Big Uradora. That's a mangan for Maruyama. Maruyama Marugan. That pun didn't work as well as it did in my head.
I laughed.
At least you laughed. So it worked a little bit.
A little bit. But yeah, I mean that's the biggest hand we've had so far, right?
Yes, that's correct.
That's going into South. That changes everything, right?
Yep.
Changes absolutely everything. Now, before they've just kind of been doing these very small, and that 7 pairs looked like it was going to be another small sort of little stab at your opponents, but
you can always hit Uradora.
Hitting the Ura. Yeah,
It actually feels
big deal.
easier to hit Urodora with 7 pairs hands because the Urodora, the indicator has to be the tile that's one less than the tile you flip. And so not only do you get 7 different chances, normally when you make a triplet type hand, right? Like you could only really have 4 type 4 or maybe 5 chances. But you get 7 chances and you don't have to use the tiles that come before because you're not making sequences. So I feel like 7 pairs actually has a higher Urodora rate than usual.
See, I always like reaching when I've got a triplet in my hand because I think, oh, if I hit that,
If you get 3,
yeah, it's not a smart way to think, but it is the way I think.
So Osaki here, while currently in last place in this game, is at plus 112.6 in the cup overall. So she's 24th. She's making a run for the individual finals herself, and of course her team is winning. So she's gonna try and at least get out of last place here to hold on to the lead and not bleed too many points.
You don't want fourth. You do want to take the third here. So
right.
I suspect we're going to see, and we see she's not going for the big points. She's not going for the flush.
Ooh, that's an interesting discard. Must be because of the 1-man discard earlier. She doesn't want the Furiten type weight. Osaki not taking the 2-3.
Yeah, she's committed that this isn't going to be a heavy hitter hand. It's going to be as fast as she can make it go.
Yeah. She actually won Nihon Pro Mahjong's Women's League in the 9th, the 10th, and the 11th year. So she has the 3-peat. She's a legitimate 3-peater. And she has won Yukan Fuji before in the 8th year, and the year after that she came 3rd place individual. So an absolute all-star here. Has not had an M League performance, but perhaps we should be watching out for her. Fortunately for the rest of us, she likes to teach Mahjong as well, and her dream is to teach children Mahjong. I think there's a little bit of a stigma about it, right? Because it always started as a gambling game, but she's trying to overcome that.
But yeah, there's definitely more activities now in schools in Japan.
Right.
Difficult one, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Do you want your kids addicted to Mahjong? And they should be studying.
Right. I mean, it's a good game of probability.
I'm not sure anymore.
A lot of those games with the gambling, I guess, stigma to them are actually really good tools for math and probability.
Oh, definitely.
I'm glad that some of my teachers when I was younger were willing to do stuff with a 52 card deck, and as well as some of my like nannies and stuff like that would play cards because there's a lot of math in it. It's a more fun way to introduce math than just slamming drills on a projector overhead.
Yeah, maybe I'm just using too much of my own experience, but I think I could have been better in school and more successful in my career if I hadn't played Mahjong.
I suppose there is something to it. This is 1 away now? No, it's Tempai. She's gonna reach here.
Reach on the 2. I said she just wants to go fast.
Oh, this is...
she just needs to pick up a few points to get herself into 3rd.
Yeah, it feels like there's so much room for improvement that my brain didn't even register the Tempai there.
I think there is room for improvement, but it'd be slow.
Yeah, but
she's the dealer.
You can get Tanyao, the all insides hand, or all simples hand. You can call as well if you get something like that.
I think this is the power of reach here, though, right? Because it's making everyone else have to think. If you weren't the dealer, this wouldn't work. She's the dealer.
I wonder if the 2-so weight is gonna actually pay off because there's no Suji trap. Yeah.
There's 3. There's 3. So there's 1 already discarded. You don't have to try and make Suji traps to reach.
Yes.
In fact, your Suji traps are probably ineffective.
It's just a matter of how good is this weight. If people aren't going to be discarding it, you're gonna have to draw it yourself. I wonder what read she's making on the board, but she's
I don't think she's planning to win. I think she's planning to push everyone else off.
Yeah, that might
Get
be
another dealership.
that might be the play here. I can see it, but it's also very early. It's turn 9-ish.
It's not early. That's not an early. It's a mid-game reach.
It's true. But in order to push everybody off the hand, it feels a little early to me. It feels like there definitely could be at least one person who's going to strike back.
But this is the difficulty, right? Watching and commentating is
Right.
that you don't know the vibe on the table, right? Because
Right.
we're all humans, right? And we're all giving off, telegraphing our emotional state, whether we like to or not. I don't think there's many. Some mahjong players with great poker faces, but
Right.
they're not as good as they could be.
And if we look at the discards, what we can feel, even if we can't feel the vibe of the table, we can see that the discards for all three other players did not look that fast. There's just a lot of terminal tiles and honor tiles, so maybe that's part of her read, why she can push the table off of the hand. And of course, there is still one Tuso left in the wall that she can connect on. The hand is not worth that many points, honestly, even if she does win. So maybe the draw will be worth just as many points for her regardless.
She can still hit an Ura.
Yes.
Did well for Maruyama.
Just like Maruyama. Oh, and this might convince...
No.
Not yet.
No.
But Saika might be convinced later to discard Tuso. 3-so. Do you know Osaki's favorite tile is actually 3-so? That would have been the tile. That would have been the Tenpai. The Sananko, 3 concealed triplets waiting on 3-so. It was like
she took a beat on it as well. She took a beat when she drew it.
Yeah, it was like when you were talking about Saika waiting for Dora, and then she drew the Dora after, but she was already in Riichi. It's the same kind of thing I can feel here.
Saika is not going to throw those 2 bamboos, so that's it.
She's holding on to them. She has no reason to throw them, even if she's pushing now.
Yep.
So, Osaki's not winning.
Yeah.
Will anybody else fight this hand? There aren't that many draws left.
What would you be fighting
Doesn't
for?
feel like Saika can do it. Felt like Maruyama had a hand that could have done it before, but it looks like Maruyama's already folded.
Yeah, I mean, we've got, 7 draws now? That's the 7th draw there before the end.
I mean, Aragaki's still 1 away from Tenpai, but the 3-so discard has got to look so scary. Oh, no, it is safe, because she drew it after Riichi, so Aragaki could make it to Tenpai fairly reasonably here. It's another 4. Another 4 for Saika. Yeah, Aragaki. No draws left for Aragaki, though. So I don't think she's going to make it to Tenpai. She did not find the tiles she was looking for. And the dealer intimidation trick works out here.
Yeah. I think that was the outcome she was expecting.
Yep, I think so as well. So Osaki, very strong player here. Not even playing to win necessarily, but playing to maintain her dealer. And 3,000 points is kind of a win. She did lose 1,000, so it's really like 2,000 points. But it's still a win.
Makes her up into 3rd now.
Yes.
Not a comfortable 3rd, but she can work on that.
Right. Osaki's also 171 centimeters tall. This can be kind of an intimidating
quite tall
stature
for
on the
Japanese
table.
lady.
Yeah. So maybe that's part of her Riichi.
Yeah, maybe I say that though, and like when I first went to Japan, which is many decades ago now, I was tall. I used to stand on the train and go, "Gosh, I am a tall person." I feel really awkward about it. But you know, as the years went by, they all got taller around me, and now I'm no longer tall. I think I'm 175 centimeters tall.
Ooh.
And yeah, there are loads more people taller than me now in Japan. I feel
yeah, that's what they've been saying around the world. Every generation seems to be growing taller and taller.
Yeah, I'm a lot taller than my parents. My parents are short asses. I can always guarantee you my son is going to be taller. He's already like half the height of my husband. I know they don't keep growing at that pace,
Oh,
but
man.
still, I'm like, he is going to, just tower over us.
Just zoom up there.
Yeah.
Hopefully he grows up.
Have to get a telescope, you know. Yeah.
One of those tunnel cup phones to talk to.
But that's one thing actually, if you are a taller person or a larger person, playing on these tables can be quite awkward because
Yes.
I find them quite low already. And you can see some of the taller men are like Garth, for example. Sometimes, like he's sort of sat at an angle and trying to adjust himself. I mean, I haven't found a chair at a mahjong table I found comfortable ever anyway. But, the extra drama of like trying to fit your long legs around these large devices under the table, it's not comfortable.
Yeah, I've noticed it sometimes. The further back you put your own seat to get more leg room is the further you have to lean over and the stretch to get the wall. But I guess that's why everyone's pushing their wall a little bit forward and turning it like this. And the automatic table helps that you don't have to do as much leaning and stuff.
Yeah. Maruyama here is aggressively calling. She wants to stop Osaki continuing a dealership, obviously.
Yeah, Aragaki and Saika splitting East pairs. Of course, East is not the wind of the round anymore, so neither of them can really use it for Yakuhai. Neither of them can really call it if the other one discards it. But they can both use it as pairs.
Yeah, I mean, Osaki's going to have to speed up if she wants to have another dealership.
Right. Oh, one? Not going to keep the one here. No thoughts of Chanta. It's probably too far away for Saika.
Yeah, there's a block there that is tidy. I wouldn't want to push on that, I don't think.
Osaki sitting on 4 pairs, really. And that's kind of her best option right now. Maybe she can get some runs, but so far has not materialized them into the hand. Okay, there's a solid tile.
My husband just like walked out the door. I don't know if he was disgusted by my comments on mahjong.
Oh, that's
no, he's come back.
One completed shape for Osaki. Definitely behind the ball of these other players who seem to be either 1 or 2 away. That's pair her 5. Yep. Aragaki recognizes pair number 5, and she's going to go 7 pairs. Completely breaking a run in order to do it. Tenpai from Maruyama, 3-6 mon.
Yeah. It's nice.
Is that? No, it's a south, not an east. No tenpai here for Saika. And south being the wind of the round. 1 was discarded at the very beginning, but still a very unsafe tile.
Yeah, I don't need. You'd want to be tenpai. Well, there's all the east. We can see all the east, right? And they're going to be blocking their hands.
Right. West comes out for Osaki. She's not giving up yet. We got the Karagiri, the little switch.
Doppy, Dave says, yeah.
Yeah, the Swappy Doppy. Dave will be joining us later. You can ask him about Swappy Doppy, or perhaps somebody else will.
Oh, not tenpai. Sorry, not tenpai. I misread the man tiles.
Yeah, because she's been Aragaki's changed her hand to 7 pairs, and so that run doesn't help her anymore.
No. I'm not a big fan of 7 pairs. I get very frustrated.
Yeah, Aragaki might not be a fan of it either if this hand doesn't work out.
I think the frustration comes, right, because the last draw is always the longest.
Right.
Like, even more so, I think, than other...
Oh, out comes the south? Because it just came out. That was her chance? It's another pair here. Will Osaki go down that route? Pair number 5.
Not that many draws left, though, are there?
Yep. Difficult decision. 3-so, her favorite tile. Goodbye, 3-so.
To the most options, though, right?
Right. That is not
You needed this hand to be faster.
not the winning Manzu for Maruyama, so she's going to have to keep playing. There's a lot of tiles in the wall, I think. Reach!
I couldn't see her, her
That's
draw
right.
because her shoulder was in front of it.
Saika has Pinfu and Adora. This will definitely get her back above Osaki on a win.
Yeah, Saika wants this one.
And the safe tile there, the same tile that was discarded for Riichi, so it passes against Saika. 4-0. That's a triplet.
What are you gonna do here?
That deals into Maruyama. Oof.
Yeah.
And Saika's Riichi stick is gone. Osaki might be kind of happy about this one, honestly.
I was about to say, that considering the speed of her hand, I think that was the best outcome she could have hoped for in her dealership there.
Yeah, especially because Saika was on reach there. Was on pace to overtake her with a decent-sized hand. Any Uro or Sumo, and probably would have been Mangan.
I love those glasses. I wish I could put off glasses like that.
Maruyama. Sometimes I wonder whether she's playing into the Maru, the round in her last name. Because she's been wearing those round frames since joining M League, which is the first time I saw her.
They're really good for her face shape, though. Right? It's really, yeah.
It definitely gives her a different style.
Yeah. You don't see that many glasses wearers in Mahjong. I think most people wear contacts. I don't know. I don't seem to see that many. I mean, I hide reading glasses. I'm like some old lady and sticks them on her face before she starts playing.
Of course, Maruyama used to play for Akasaka Drivens. She said she would train for 10 hours a day when she was on M League.
10 hours a day?
Yeah.
See, this is why I'm not sure that getting drafted for M League is it's a lot of pressure, no?
I wonder how many days she would train 10 hours a day. Hopefully no more than 5 days a week.
And this is something, maybe we can ask Jenn to ask people. But I'm always really, like, the levels of stress, you know, because you're relying on M League for your salary. And of course, if you get dropped from M League, that salary immediately gets taken away.
Right.
Yeah, that's stressful.
Well, she used to play basketball. And she worked a lot of what they call baito in Japan, those part-time jobs. She says she's worked at Lawson's and McDonald's and a number of those chains, and then later learned mahjong by taking up another baito at a mahjong parlor. So that's how she got started.
Mahjong is a tough thing to get started in, you know, but it's the same with a lot of professional sports. You know, there's professional football players,
right?
And then you have the semi-pros, and then you have amateurs, but the vast majority of people who are playing football at, you know, the top levels are not making much money out of it.
Right.
You like talk about Ronaldos and stuff who obviously can do whatever they want in this world.
Yeah,
that's just the minority.
Yeah, over here the minor league baseball circuit is known a lot for that. They're always playing for not that much, trying to crack it in the big leagues.
And it's a difficult thing to do. Like, that's a physical job. It's not something you can just sort of, you know, phone in.
Right.
I'm loving this Maruyama's Sanshoku potential at Tudor, by the way. I should have said that earlier. But I've been enjoying that whilst gabbing away.
Yep. And Saika looking for a little bit better. She's been tempai for a little bit, but her hand has not been that exciting. In fact, she's going to go back to Ishanten, while Aragaki tries to make a half flush. Osaki also looking for that mixed triples.
Ah, there it is.
Maruyama's there first. It's open, so it's not worth as much, but Maruyama also has a bunch of Dora to make up for that, so...
Yeah. I didn't see what a call was. I've got the play-by-play here.
Osaki's gonna go straight ahead and deal into Maruyama on the Sanchoku side with two Dora. Yeah, the open call,
Um,
so it was Sanchoku only. The open call is 345 there. No other Yaku. She gets the 9. But
takes guts.
yeah, it was the perfect timing. Open Sanchoku. I, for one, like open Sanchoku. I do it a lot, for better or worse.
I think, yeah. I think open Sanshoku is an important mechanism that people neglect a little bit. Sometimes you have to have a bit more guts that you will get the right side.
Yeah, sometimes you have 2 weird calls.
But when you're waiting on a 9, it's more likely to come out.
Right. Especially the only open call was a 345. The whole 789 was hidden in the hand.
A lot of people would think that 9 pin was safe to throw.
Exactly. We've got Pez is more motivated to become a pro now because they can add another glasses wearer to the mahjong.
Represent the glasses wearer.
I think there are a number of glasses wearers playing amateur mahjong at least. You can count me in as one of them. I had contacts when I was in my teens for a few years, but so these contacts were actually medical contacts, so they were the hard ones, the reusable ones.
Oh right, yeah.
And one day while I was trying to put them in, I actually cut my eye a little bit, and then after that, I was kind of scared off of using contacts. So it's like no more contacts for me.
Yeah, my opticians recommended contacts, but I'm like, I don't touch my eyeballs, so no, that's it. I have a boundary on that one. So Maruyama is keeping her dealership here.
Yes.
She's been very confident since she won that Mangan.
She's been scoring points. Yep. To do open Sanchoku while calling a completely different weight takes a good bit of confidence.
And she's got 2 Dora in her hand right now.
Yes, just like last time.
Dragons,
I feel like having a couple Dora in your hand makes you confident.
Oh, she's gonna call the white dragon. Sorry.
So once again, she has a couple
Dora.
Dora.
Trying to will her from the future to call the white dragon. Yeah, she's riding the flow, as Pez says. This is,
That's right. Anyone out there? Any new viewers? Anyone just stopping by? Maybe weren't normally able to watch it this time, but Boxing Day you have it off. We'd appreciate if you would give a thumbs up so we can show up on Mahjong searches. Thumbs up to the stream and subscribe to the channel. We have more Mahjong tomorrow, as well as the remainder of the Yukan Fuji season. We'll be casting it all the way to the end.
It's in February, right? Well, this first lot of games, and then
and then I think it goes to March with the playoffs, and even into April.
Yeah,
so that's going to be exciting.
Yeah, Japan nicely aligns their like school years with the financial years. So spring is their natural. I mean, if you like anime, you'll know spring is their natural moment of sort of renewal.
Right.
Whereas I'm sure it's the same in Canada. Like I always associate autumn and September with like, a new school year and things starting again, right?
Exactly.
So Maruyama's putting herself into a really good position to call more tiles, right? She's not going for those straights. She wants to stack up those duplicates so she can call from anyone on the table.
Yeah, she's already called White Dragon, so it's not like she can make a closed hand at this point anyway. Osaki connects on a Dora here. That's pretty nice for her, but she's got to think about how she wants to play it. Gonna go full efficiency, discarding the red dragon right now. Keeping the unsafe tiles just to see if she can get a win here. It's a move you often make when you're in last place. Just take a bigger risk in order to get a bigger chance at winning.
They're not terribly in last.
But it is South 2, and she doesn't have any more dealer turns.
That's true. You wouldn't want to throw a Mangan away though at this point.
Oh, huge 6 draw! 1 away now.
Yeah. And Maruyama's hand has really slowed down, despite when I said sort of trying to move herself into a hand that's better for calling. She hasn't been able to call.
You can lead the horse to water, but you can't make it drink.
I'm suspecting those tile taps on the tables before she discards are sounding increasingly frustrating now. Yeah, we all know the one.
Right. Oh, is that a 7?
Osaki, yeah.
It's not Tenpai, but it's weird.
No, it's not. I think she just needs to stay
the
direction she's going, which she does with Soppy Doppy, yeah. Oh, are you going to call the Kan? No.
No Kan here. She's already winning by too much. Might be nice to get the extra draw, though, in her position with the Doras in hand.
Yeah. I don't know, maybe she's feeling a bit deflated from her fairly upsetting calls.
Yeah, I think she's the only one whose hand is open, so she's probably afraid of giving Uradora and Kan Uradora to other players who may reach soon.
I mean, she's got a nice lead, but it's that Tenpai? Yes.
Yeah, interesting that she's not going to reach here. Not many tiles left. Maybe she knows that Saika has a lot of her winning tiles. Just read the discards. Another 7, no dice. Or maybe she's looking for 5, 6, 7 so to go down to 4, 5, 6 so. Like how you're mentioning in the very first hand of the game.
I think that's a little stretch this late though. No?
Yeah, I agree, but that's what I thought last time too.
I mean, what you've got a potential Peiko, but you've locked in your all simples, your inside hand.
But Osaki did get 4, 5, 6 so now, so she does have the Dora. Still no Riichi for her though. Oh, I think this is Tenpai. Yeah, 3, 6 weight.
Tenpai on the 8 bamboo. Yeah.
Wait. Yeah. She took the 8 so only weight.
Yeah. I bet you she reaches now.
Counter reach. Osaki looking for big points here off of Aragaki. Really off of anyone, but Aragaki's in Riichi, so most likely to discard it.
And that could push her up to second place in this
3
table.
so doesn't deal in right now though, but Saika's not going to risk it. And no winning tiles here. Everyone checking out the hand, making sure everything is in order.
That means that there is 2 reach sticks that are going to be on the table for the next hand. It's actually quite a big deal at these points differential.
Osaki did not get enough points to overtake Saika. So those Riichi sticks are going to be very important.
But I mean, you know, look at the overall totals from Maruyama being at the top. It's such a big boost being first.
Yeah, you're right.
So if you look at the overlays for anyone who's not familiar with our stream, the starting points is the starting for the group total, and then the yellow one, the total there is the points reading from the current table points. So they're quite dynamic. Sometimes a bit misleading when someone throws a reach stick in because you haven't finished the hand yet.
Right.
But it gives you a much better view of what, you know, being first or second is actually doing to the overall score totals and their overall, you know, their success conditions.
Right. And Maruyama and Saika, or rather, Team Little and Team 3 Arrow, are closer and closer. With every hand that's been going on.
Yeah. I think this table's quite tense now. I think Maruyama's she's gonna lock it down, right? She's just gonna go fast if she can, but otherwise not throw anything.
I
And it's going to
agree.
be a real battle between the other three.
It's going to be a close battle.
And second place, you know, it kind of, it would be frustrating for Gatinha because they're basically just treading water there at the bottom, even in second place. It doesn't give them much. But the impact on Hokkaido Fan Meeting, right, is
Yes.
quite a bit. You wouldn't want that.
We're looking at minus 35 right now. It ended like this.
These are the sort of numbers that I think is really difficult for these players to be able to manipulate in their head as they're playing. Because they'll know
That's right.
what they need, you know. That's why I get frustrated. I'm like, really, an Uma and an Oka? Like, just put it together. I can't do all of this. But, you know, if you really want to be a great Mahjong player and you want to be playing at this level, you need to be able to manipulate those numbers in your head. It's difficult in this day and age, right? We just don't have that many opportunities to do mental arithmetic.
I feel like
it's not
Riichi Mahjong
right?
is one of the biggest mental arithmetic exercises that anyone can pick up.
Yeah.
That's why so many people can play for years and still not know how to score, because it simply takes a mental math level that is not
and, you know, the
that
problem is
common.
No, but we're all playing online. Like, most of our games are online. Like, even if you love playing offline and you love the real game, you know, I play 2 or 3 times a year now at events. Most of my games are unfortunately online. And it's made me lazy. I'm super lazy now, and it's a bad way to let myself be.
Cutting the 3-3-3, Saika's gonna keep 2-3-4 for Pinfu shape. He's going to get rid of one of the 3 mon in her hand. Congratulations, Peasanator, learning how to score. No, you have your own mental arithmetic exercises. Oh, and this might pay off. That's another 2-3-4 for Saika.
I think it was a good move, personally. Well, she's not gonna.
No Ipeko. She's not looking for the twin sequence.
I hate Ipeko twin sequences as well.
But it was so close to made already right there. She didn't want it.
It was,
though.
but she doesn't want the one, right? She wants the inside hand, the all simples locked in.
That's right.
It's a safer Yaku. It's you at least know where it is, and also she's got that 3-4-6-7. It could be a really wide waiting shape.
That's true. Ooh, maybe chance for a 1-9 and Itsu straight.
Yeah.
For Maruyama.
There's not many points. Do you not think the straight? It's very attractive, but it doesn't give you much.
Right. I wonder if she'll do it open, though. Just like the open Sanchoku, the open mixed triples. We get the open full straight. Maruyama pulling out all the stops. Oh, maybe a closed full straight here for Aragaki. We'll have to play a little more slowly, though, to do it. Maybe we'll just take the 1 away. I mean, the full straight is also 1 away, but the weight is worse. Decisions.
I mean, this is one of those hands where you've got the straight, but you also are tempted by a Sanshoku, right? 4-5-6.
Yeah. Oh, she's going to go for the straight. I think I might have discarded the Manzu tiles there. And just went for the Pinfu. We'll see. That looks like Tenpai, though. Tenpai for Osaki. She's trying to overtake 3rd place right now. Right here, right now. I haven't seen much of the Dora, if I'm being honest. There were some discarded earlier. But it doesn't look like anyone's going to use it. That's a 2.
Yeah.
1 away. 1 away from the straight here for Maruyama. Tenpai, though. First strike, Saika. Technically, this is second Tenpai, but the first Riichi. First Tenpai that people really know about. Osaki keeps going with the 1-pin discard. Pretty safe tile anyway. Is that it isn't.
Oh no, it was the 4-pin.
Isn't, yeah, it's very close. Oh, is that a 7?
I
It
love
is
all
a
these
7.
girls,
It
but
is this
yeah,
time.
they need to take their hands off the task quicker.
No
Killing
Riichi.
me.
No Riichi waiting for 5 months. So 2 players waiting for 5 months now. Aragaki would head bump Osaki if one of the other 2 players. Yep. Out comes Dora. It's already been discarded a few times, so she's going to risk it. And there we go. Gets the 8 pin to come out. So no 5-man win.
Though, isn't it?
Not too big, no, but Osaki winning it from Saika on her last dealer is a pretty big deal, especially with all the bonus points in the middle.
And the 3 sticks on the table makes her. And she's very close to second place now. Aragaki is going to have a fight in her hands.
That's right. Aragaki
and Maruyama
has come back to Yukan Fuji this year after 3-year hiatus.
Oh, wow.
Yep, she was an interior designer, graduated from Australia, actually.
Huh.
Learning to become an interior designer in Australia. And she is also a new mom.
Oh, really? Is she?
She's got a little toddler. Not new, but yeah, a couple of years old.
Yeah, well, she's still in the trenches.
Right.
I would imagine that, like, Australian homes were big, though, and then applying that knowledge in Japanese tiny homes would be hard. Maybe.
At least both climates are pretty warm, right?
Yeah. I mean, I want to bring Japanese interior designers over to the UK because we have tiny homes but no sense. And I think some of that sort of Japanese efficiencies in your home life would really help. I spend a lot of time thinking, why have I got a bed? Why can't I just have a tatami floor mat? It would make, I basically have a room devoted to this huge piece of furniture I use only for, if I'm lucky, 6 hours a night.
Hey, that's still a lot of time.
Yeah, right.
It might be the most important 6 hours.
But yeah, so if you're a Japanese interior designer who'd like to fix my house, you're more than welcome.
Well, I suppose ask Jenn. You're talking Ask Jenn. Maybe we'll have to ask Jenn to get you in contact with Aragaki here.
Yeah, come help me. Okay, so I'm really rooting for Aragaki now because she's gonna come and help fix my life.
Maruyama with pairs again. Maruyama looking at pairs once again, but doesn't take it this time. The Saika had a quick tempai, not worth enough.
She needs points though. Yeah, she needs points to get to third.
She's gonna look for a couple more Yaku here, maybe some Dora or something. She needs it. Okay, Maruyama's moving forward. Probably not going to go pairs with that draw. You can see Saika has 2 Dora. Maybe she's looking for the third. If she gets 3 Dora, she would be in business. A Mangan would win from any player, would get her into 3rd place. And if it's a sumo or from the dealer, it would get her into 2nd place.
Osaki's hand is a little bit uncomfortable.
Okay, Saika has found what she's looking for. It might be a full straight. It didn't quite look like a full straight, though.
I think I was waiting on the one for if it's the one. It might have been. Need to see it again. So, wait, yeah.
Aragaki being very careful. Can't exactly deal in, but can't exactly fold right now either because she knows Mangan Sumo is enough to overtake her.
Yeah, Osaki's now in a tough spot. She's got to decide whether she's going to let Saika's reach continue or whether she's going to fight it, and she's obviously going to fight it.
Osaki
so that was that hesitation.
Has made the call. Oh, you're right. It does win on the 1. 1 is the full straight. It's just 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Yeah.
2 Dora and a Pinfu. Reach Sumo is a Mangan, even without the full straight. And being able to Ron for the full straight would also be Mangan. Which would get her into 3rd place.
Feeling Osaki's stress here, sorry. Oh.
Yeah, tough spot here. Has to discard 2 dangerous tiles. She nods her head and folds.
Oh, she's not completely
Yeah,
folded.
it's not
She
a
could
complete
recover
fold.
that.
That's true. 2-pin is not even a completely safe tile. But she really doesn't want
This
to
is
discard 7-pin.
no, it's adjacent to the door, but she's gonna do it. Where are these one bamboos? Have I seen them?
There's one on the table here, discarded by Aragaki. Out comes another 2-pin. So Osaki is going to have a pretty long time if she wants to come back to Tenpai, but has avoided dealing in 7-pin, which is right by the Riichi tile 6-pin. And that's what's scaring her the most about it.
Here's the door.
Yeah, Aragaki has a really tough decision now. She has a 2-pin of her own, so she could use that as a safe tile.
She could throw the 9 man, I
Yep,
think, yeah.
9 is also a safe tile. This is still 1 away for her. Oh, Osaki gets there, but the 7-pin she didn't want to discard. She goes for it now. Still 1 away, though. Still has some dangerous tiles in hand that have to be discarded. The 5-mon is actually Suji to the Dora, the 8-mon Dora. That's kind of scary.
Yeah. Where are these one bamboos?
Oh, doesn't want to throw the south either. 4-pin comes out instead of south. Even 4-pin is not completely safe to the Riichi.
There's a 1 that's come out there, 1 and a 7.
I don't think the 7. Oh yeah, she had discarded the 7. Yep, so it is middle Suji.
I mean, I wouldn't be enjoying myself throwing it, but
so Osaki holds on here and is just hoping Saika doesn't draw this winning tile. Otherwise, she's ending up in last.
I think Maruyama's might start. I mean, you've got to think about throwing the 7-pin here, right? And just trying to keep your current first.
Yep. Although maybe she thinks it's okay to deal into Saika here. Very few hands will knock her out of first place. However, she does want as many points as possible, and especially not to give them to Saika, to Team 3 Arrows. So even staying in first, the point discard, the point difference, giving up 16 points or 8,000 points to Team 3 Arrow might not be what she wants. Although, to be fair, in a group like this, it's not about fighting for second place. Only first place makes it through, and a couple wild cards. So really, Maruyama's looking at Osaki and Team Hokkaido Fan Meeting.
Yeah.
Okay, out comes the East. So it looks like Maruyama is just folding, not trying to deal in here. 5, 6, 7. That's a big one.
Oh, yeah, she can throw the 2-pin. That's safe.
Evades. Doesn't deal in. Doesn't go right to Tenpai.
She can see what 3 of the 1-pins and 3 of the 4-pins, right? Or 4 of the 1-pins. She's only got 1 4-pin left.
Yeah, Osaki's in big trouble though. She's just drawn the 1, so that's not gonna be great if it comes out. That's the Itsu, so that's the Haneman side. Oh, but it pairs up. But I think she's Tanya though. Maybe she's just gonna take the Tenpai. The Tenpai could be good enough.
Yeah. Oh, I'm so frustrated for this straight here.
Yeah, there's still 4 and 7, and I think there is still a single 1 so in the wall. Unless we missed it, because there's 1 in the discard piles. What is this? It's Tenpai! 5-mon is not an easy tile to discard.
She gotta do it though.
No, she's not doing it. She's gonna say if Saika doesn't draw her hand, it's over. There's not many tiles left. Maruyama's gonna call, so Saika misses the Haite.
Yeah,
oh no, she did get Haite. Maruyama actually gave her Haite. I thought there was 1 tile left over, and the 1 tile was there.
Yeah.
Osaki looking like, whoa, I almost got cooked. Luckily, she didn't draw it. Luckily for Osaki, Saika did not draw it. So that came right down to the wire there.
Oh, that was yeah. I mean, textbook play by Maruyama, right?
Yeah.
Get your first position and then just defend it.
Ooh, what a game. I think a lot of players were a bit frustrated, especially Saika on the last one too. I think Osaki was pretty relieved on that last hand that it didn't come through. But yeah, some of the previous hands Osaki was going for.
But it's a good game of Mahjong about a bit of frustration, right? I think so.
That's right. That's right. So Osaki there doing her best. I mean, Hokkaido Fan Meeting is still in the lead. Overall score. They did have a big lead, and they do still have a lead. She managed to hold on to 3rd place, so not quite the... I mentioned before a 30-10 UMA, and Mondo Pro League is actually 20-10, so it's not quite as big. But the Oka is still plus 20, the first place bonus, so it is still very important to get first. And that Maruyama Marugan, the Mangan, I think, is the biggest hand the whole game.
I second time, yes, it was the biggest hand.
Yeah.
There were some threats of big hands.
Yes.
And that first draw, right? Was it Maruyama's first draw of all those honors?
Yes.
And she didn't call them off. Yeah.
And that one could have been a Mangan as well.
I know, but it was a hand that really demonstrated her strength, that she would just fold out of that.
Right.
I would find it difficult to fold out personally, and I'm sure a lot of people who are watching would.
Yeah, especially
it looks nice.
Such few tiles left in hand.
Yeah, and it's an easy callable hand. Yeah, but it was the right play, obviously. So it's one of those moves that I'd like to take away as a learning point from my own game. Yep,
make sure to fold when you need to, especially a 1 away from Tenpai. I believe what was it, Utani and Shiratori, I think, did they write the book on folding Ishanten? Your Ishanten is not as good, or maybe it was only Shiratori. I think Utani and Shiratori have a different book that they wrote together.
Yeah,
Utani, Shiratori.
I think it was Shiratori, but you know what, Jenn can tell us when she comes on in just mere moments and correct us, because Jenn is an encyclopedia of knowledge when it comes to the Japanese Mahjong world.
Well, I suppose we should call for her right now. Tasukete, Jenn!
No, I think I have every single one of the books you mentioned, but I don't know which one you're talking about.
Okay, we're trying to manifest it then, so can you go and tell them to do it for us?
No, I think the book title was literally called Your Ishanten is not as close as you think. And it was all about Ishanten that were not as good. Or
it's
one
like a
away.
Dating book, mate.
One away. Dating book?
I don't know, like your moves are not as hot as you think.
Oh man.
That would be a great Mahjong book title, I'm telling you now.
Yeah, I don't know, it sounds... I don't know which book that is. I don't think I actually have that book.
But what you do have is a team for the next World Riichi Online Team League. The 3-player.
Yeah, Jenn, you're gonna have to big up the 3-player online team league. It's not as well subscribed as the 4-player. It's well subscribed in Japan though, right? Lots of the professionals have put together teams because they love 3-player.
Yeah, there's already a lot of people announcing teams and stuff. I haven't announced mine yet because we have 3 decided, and I think the 4th is decided, but I'm not sure I put enough pressure on him to make sure.
Jenn needs to work on a press ganging.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, but Garth and I will be on a team together because we're massive Sama fans. And also, the guy that I mentioned, sometimes KY is a massive Sama fan, so we will have a mixed Pro-Ama team, actually, for this Pro-Ama Team League.
Perfect representation.
Yeah.
So yeah, once more, if you do want to register, worldriichi.org, go to events, and then you can see. And if you are on your own, there is a matching function, so you can just send me the form, and I will try to find you a team. I managed to do it last time for the 4-player, so if you are on your lonesome, please don't think you have to suddenly make 3 friends. I will make them for you.
Who knows? You might end up on my team if I'm not able to pressure the 4th person enough.
And I think one of the other interesting teams that's joined is it's Maruyama the president of JPML and the Jen, you have to correct me. The Kyokai president as well, right? They've got a team together.
Yeah.
We've got some like mixed league teams.
Igarashi and who is the other person? I forgot. I need to like be looking at it. I was caught off guard.
Yeah,
Sorry.
I'm the same as well. Like it's too late for me. It's too early for you. You've got to give us a couple of hours either side, and our brains are better. But yeah, please do consider.
Like the top of the top of NPM and the top of JPML have teamed up, which I think has never happened before in this sort of context.
No, I think we're seeing a lot more of this.
Yeah.
We're seeing a lot more collaboration because it's a WRC branded event. We saw it in the 4-player one, right? We saw a lot of cross-league teams.
Yeah, you saw it with the younger people, but with the older people, I think this is the first.
Right? I was excited to see that. I was like, wow, that's a big... And I'm loving the really quirky little team graphics that they're making for Twitter. So that's the only thing that Twitter's good for now, is for me to look at people's appalling Photoshop skills.
Maybe this will be the first olive branch of many.
Exactly.
Right, and of
Anyway,
course,
I will leave you guys to it.
JPML and NPM have had a pretty good relationship lately, and this is just like another example of it. So,
of course,
WRC is about harmony and collectiveness.
We can't forget the World Riichi League and the U.S. Tour. New York, San Francisco, Chicago. You should be able to sign up in the same place, World Riichi events.
I think that was actually worldriichileague.com. I think we need to do some housekeeping on our website and internet presence. I apologize now. I'll put it in the chat though for those people who are interested.
The spots are filling up.
Awesome, yeah.
Last chance. Basically, last chance to qualify.
I'm really tempted to try and make it to the Chicago event. But yeah, it's so amazing. I'm really excited for the World Reach League to be coming to the US.
Yeah. I know the US, like the player base there, it's just been phenomenal. The growth and the organization they've put in, the infrastructure they put in such a short space of time. So I'm really glad that we can be over there, and I want to show my gratitude and commend them.
Yeah, one of our favorite groups, Armel, is also involved in the World Reach League. So since the US is so spread out, they're doing 3 cities at once and then doing the final online. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right. We haven't finalized how we select off, the finalists. But if you win one of the 3 offline events, then you will be coming into the online final for sure.
It's so cool.
All right. Well, thank you, Gemma, and hello, Jen. Also,
hello.
JPML Pro, because we've got to get excited for our next game here of the Yukan Fuji Cup. We've got M-Leaguer Sayaka Okada for Little Hair Salon. We've got Sakiku Tezuka for Hokkaido Mahjong Fan Meeting. Sasaki Hisato's wife, and of course, as Gemma was mentioning, a very strong Mahjong player in her own regard. I think Jen would tell you about that too.
Yeah, she made it to the semifinals of Judansen this year, I think. Which is, almost the very end. From, I think, the same level as me, which would be 4th dan.
That is a long drive. Well, not a literal drive, but it's a long run, a long tournament run. A lot of wins.
Yeah, it takes months,
We've got Makiko Saika will be coming back for 3 Arrows channel. And for Karaoke Bar Gatinha, it's Arisa Aragaki coming back again. So we have 2 repeats and 2 new players. We'll see how that changes things here in game number 2.
Sakiku Tezuka's pretty close personal friend.
Oh, I didn't realize that looks like the little uniform.
Yeah, the golf shirt.
The brown shirt with the diamond pattern on it. I thought it was just
Yeah, it looks like a
yeah,
golfing
it
shirt.
does look really nice, really fashionable. Didn't notice it was actually the uniform.
I think it's. I mean, like a lot of these players are really into golf lately, so I think I'm correct in saying it's probably.
Interesting. And there
So, like,
is Tezuka for Hokkaido Fan Meeting. Don't think they are wearing a uniform this time. Think she's just wearing something nice.
yeah, she's really fashionable, like all the time. She's very conscious of being fashionable. She's like, whenever I think of like making myself look nice, she's usually the example I use in my head.
I see. A shining beacon of fashion. Looks like all of our players here are shining away with their hands, but Saika gets the first tempai. Chance of the twin sequences, the Ipeko on 9 so.
And Tezuka's hand is really nice with like open-ended everywhere. It's one of those hands you're like, damn, can't you just wait a few more turns so I have something to reach back at you with?
Oh,
It does anyway.
Tezuka gets it.
And she's waiting for the same thing, the 6-9 bam
Yeah.
bam.
Okada is 1 away from tempai now. Saika, of course, first Riichi. Aragaki looks like she may be letting this hand go.
And Okada as well.
Hmm.
Discards the 8 dot, which just completely breaks up one of her main sequences.
So it's just Riichi against Riichi here.
I think we covered this term and Aragaki. Sorry, Saika. Saika draws it.
Saika sumos. Very quickly sets up, collects 2,000 points. In addition to the Mangan. 1,000 was her own, so it's really like an extra 1,000. Tezuka's Riichi stick. So 9,000 point gain for Saika here, putting her 11,000 above second place.
And this actually would, if the game were to end right, it's only the second hand, so it won't. But if it were, that actually brings her team up to positive.
That's right. We're talking about how Little and Three Arrows are neck and neck, but in the end, they both have to try and overtake Hokkaido Fan Meeting because it's a first place is the only guaranteed slot. Other than that, they have to get as close as possible to try and get the wild card.
Definitely.
So even though they're currently close to each other, their ultimate goal is actually to overtake Hokkaido. So this sort of small point battle isn't as meaningful as it might be in other formats.
So this is the 7th session for this group. It's the 11th session overall, but we all have buys. So for this group, it's their 7th session. So that means they still have 3 sessions after this. And if you look at the point difference that you can get with one hand even, just from what Saika just won, I think the Three Arrows actually has a shot at catching up.
Yes, without a doubt. You could do this in one session. But this is game number 2 of this session. They've already had one game so far.
And before that game, it didn't feel like it was possible to catch up. Because it was more like a 200 point difference, right? Now it's looking like only 100 point or so difference.
Yeah. In fact, for Team Hokkaido, Osaki was just able to hold out to third place, or they might have lost more points. Of course, Saika is trying to get that back as she took the last place in the first game. So she's got a bone to pick with these players on this table. And so far she is in the lead.
Thanks, I get pulling the red dragon.
Last game the biggest hand was a mangan, and it wasn't even a dealer mangan. So already because of that extra Riichi stick, Saika has gotten the biggest hand today so far, and she wins again. So perhaps it just took one game to get her engines running.
Just the red dragon only for 1,000 points for this hand.
Right, but it is going to move the hand forward.
And I think this is one of her first times on a broadcast table, but she's sitting here with Sayaka Okada, who is an M-leaguer, of course,
That's
and plays
right.
on broadcast tables like daily, basically.
Yep, we were saying it didn't let her stop her from playing her game in the first game because she was still reaching quite a few hands and just playing her game, even if it didn't quite work out. You know, that's mahjong. Sometimes your reaches don't pay off, and sometimes they do. And
So I was gonna say during her dealership, but Okada is pretty well known for using Naga to practice with. Which you don't hear as much about with pros, because specifically for like the people that most pros play against, it's not as useful as it is for online opponents. But Okada swears by it as a training tool.
Yeah, I mean, the use of Naga is a fairly new thing. I think M League itself predates Naga, at least the public release of Naga. So, if you think M League is still new in the mahjong scene, Naga is newer than that. So,
Also, Naga's using a lot of data from a very specific pool of players, and
yes,
it's true that the way that M-leaguers play is not the way that you're gonna play even in your home game. So it makes a difference.
Tezuka here with a lot of pairs, but not quite 5, still only 4. And Okada just collecting another Sozu tile to go with her Dora. Dora 6-0. We saw Dora 6-0 in some very key hands last game.
Saika just drew one. That was the reason why she was keeping the 8, was for the acceptance of the Dora.
Big 5-0 draw here. Still has not been able to use both 6-0, but 2 open-ended shapes, both using the 6-0. Could be pretty easy to find a way.
Yes, so Tezuka started discarding the south so she can move towards the inside hand.
That's no, it's a 3. 3-0. I thought it was a 7. 3's not bad though.
Is that possible? Has Tips misidentified the Sanzo?
When people hide it with their hands. We got the red dragon call. Aragaki going fast on this one. There's a connection to the 6-0. 1 away for Tezuka. And of course, Okada needs that 3-0. 4, 5, 6 here. Saika is moving. 1, 2, 3. That's not quite tempai for Aragaki, but 1 away as well. So a lot of 1 away hands here. Oh, but Okada is now 1 away.
She was 1 away before. Now she has to choose which direction she wants to take it in.
Oh, the 3-0 weight is gone. I mean, it's still usable. 3-0 is still usable, but it wouldn't be tempai.
The 1, 2, 3, 3 shape, which is a lot harder to use than. But the thing is, if she was thinking about filling in the 3 bamboo, like you say, then she would not have any more. She would not have a pair anymore. In the 1, 2, 3 shape.
Right.
So in that case, it would have been better to just keep the shape she had before, which was the 1, 2. So she decides to keep the.
Human! What a read here.
Yeah, she has to figure out where she's
a different 1 away. Is Okada going to cut 5-6-0 here to lock the pair? No, it just goes right back. Same hand. She likes the hand she has right now. And there's the 7. There's 7 for 6, 7, 8. Not going to take the Tempai, though. Oh, it is going to take the 3-so Tempai. This is the special Tempai.
Oh no, there's something wrong. Tips is broken.
This is the special Tempai. 3-so only instead of 2-5-so. It's not even Furiten either. She just wants the white dragon points, I think. Or she really likes 3-so. Oh, misses Ipatsu for it.
To reach. Yeah, I think it was not wanting to reach this late in the hand.
That's fair.
And keeping the white dragon guarantees her Yaku.
But perhaps 3-so's blessing, Sanzo's blessing will come later. Four copies, Khan. No chance to go back. No chance to make the white dragon appear now. Saika is in there looking for 3-so off the top. That is an 8. 5-8. Chance to change weight.
5-8.
Or chance to keep the same weight. Goodbye, 3-so weight.
And she just gave a new Dora to Aragaki.
Aragaki sumo with an extra Dora from the Khan.
Instead of 300, 500, she'll get 500 from each non-dealer and 1,000 from the dealer.
Saika had a lot of flow there. She was going in with multiple wins in a row. And just did not find 3-so there. Didn't find 5-8-so either after changing the weight. Aragaki found her 5-man. So that puts her in second place, ahead of Okada now. But Team Gatinha is going to need a lot more to make it back in this tournament group, in their group.
If you're watching right now, please make sure to hit the like button. I know at least half people in the chat have not hit the like button yet. Aragaki has a pair of green dragons, but the rest of the hand is not just one open-ended weight. She'll keep the red and white dragon to try and build a little bit more value. Okada moves her hand towards the middle. Gonna be easier to build some groups there.
And keeping all the white dragons almost worked for Saika in the last hand, but she couldn't find her winning tile. It was worth quite a few points, though.
This time Saika has a pair of red dragons. She did not call the first one, though, released by Aragaki.
That's right. I wonder what the purpose, for safety or for points. That's a good draw for Tezuka, though. What a draw. What a draw.
So usually when you get a pair of like value tiles, the red dragons or your seat wind or the round one, you're going to decide if you're going to call the first one when it comes out or let the first one go and try and build a little bit more value. She actually didn't call either of them. Looks like both of them are out too, and Saika did not call either of them.
Yep. But this the slow play might cost her here. Okada Tempai with the Riichi first. Perhaps Saika's just playing safe here. Whoa!
Looks like
Aragaki chi to Tempai.
Aragaki not playing safe.
1, 2, 3, 4. This is still not Tempai for Tezuka. Doesn't do it. Just gonna discard it back again. Doesn't deal in though. Out comes the red dragon. Saika using them as the safe tiles that she didn't call for. A dangerous 5-man here. Aragaki comes out anyway. Dealer's gonna fight.
Yeah.
I'm wondering what you think about the West weight here, the Shampon.
Love it.
We still haven't seen any yet.
Is your tile minus the West?
We will see whether the West can come out. But in fact, it's the 9-so that comes out first.
It came out from the reach player, so she was unable to stop it. Once you reach, of course, you can't change anything in your hand.
That's
until
right.
you win.
So Aragaki could have changed her hand, and she did draw some dangerous tiles, but her courage and her decision making, the risks she took, paid off here. She maintains her dealership, wins the hand, gets the Riichi stick from the table, and of course, doesn't have to pay any points because she won. That's a big one.
And she gets to continue as dealer. If you win as a dealer, you get to be dealer again.
That's right. I think in a lot of cases here, just because her team is that far behind in points, she has to take a lot of risks no matter what. I think
And it's kind of like, what's the worst that can happen? Our team's gonna drop in last place?
Gatinha got a second place last game, but even a second place feels like a losing situation. Every game you don't get first with this big hill to climb. Gemma was saying that she kind of wanted Aragaki to come and help interior design her home.
Oh, me too. Me too. I wonder if she offers like Mahjong Pro services.
You're
You know, some
looking for
people,
the
even if they,
Mahjong Pro rate?
I mean, even if they read, well, I think that, you know, if fellow Mahjong pros know what you want as a Mahjong pro, like you need
I
your
see.
online Mahjong space, and you need to get rid of enough of your kids' toys so that you can fit an auto table. They now have like folding auto tables, the slims. You can fold it upright and roll it out of the way when you're not playing.
Alright, Tezuka here. A very fast hand. Might be able to fold up this auto table and get the game over with soon. But she's going to need a couple more points before she's comfortable doing that. Currently in last place by 500 points.
Yeah, she has a pair of East, which is the round one. And the dealer, Aragaki, has a pair of white dragons right here. So what I was saying before is you make a decision generally in advance if you want to call the first one or not call the first one and try and build value first. And then call the second one when it's your only option left.
Yeah, although we
So
mentioned
we call
like
it
Saika.
Ichigaki. So it's called Ichinaki. So first call and second call. First tile call and second tile call.
Yeah, but Saika had the revealed to us the secret third decision not to call either one and then to fold the hand later on. Oh, so Tezuka's going to get rid of the Easts.
Yeah, similar decision.
Not calling either and getting rid of both of them in order to make a completely different hand. So perhaps that's something to think about. Don't call either, make Pinfu instead. Yeah, and Tezuka is still one away. Still one away from Tenpai. That's a triplet for Okada though. She's one away now as well.
She also has, it's hard to see, but the 3-3-4-5-5-7 shape is actually a 3-4-5 shape and a 3-5-7 weight. So she has one of those double gut shots.
Yes.
That are what I like to call a double gut shot. And she gets rid of it for the possible all pairs hand. Just one away from all pairs and one away from a also group hand.
Yeah, I think she can also get Dora with that 6-0 that she just drew. Allows her to get Dora. So maybe that's why she wants to keep it if she gets a 4-0, 4-5-6.
Yeah, it's just really the widest one away that she could pick, I think, from that.
Oh, Saika playing safe again. She's going to, instead of having the twin sequence chance, she's going to keep her safe honor tile in her hand.
Interesting draw for Okada. This makes her one away for 4 concealed triples.
Yeah, the Yakuma in hand. Is she really going to be willing to discard 6-0 for that? Or is she going to go with 4-pin and just lock it in?
Or is she going to do the 3-die?
Oh, the 5-0. Not going for either option. It's going high efficiency, maximum speed. You mentioned that she was training off Naga. That is a very Naga-esque maneuver to make, a very AI-looking type move. So it seems like
Yeah, it
she's
locks in the
sticking to
door
her
acceptance.
training.
Yeah, locks in the door acceptance and also gives her the option of using the 3 dot either as a triple or in the double sequence, or
Right.
even as a pair.
Oh, finds one of the options.
As a
Finds,
double sequence.
yep, the twin sequence, the Ipeiko. Waiting on 4-so and 7-so. Can still collect the Dora if it happens to come out. 6-so is not the tile she's looking for, though. Aragaki gets a fast one through.
Yeah,
Wait,
she
isn't
pushes
that a
right back
7-so in her
G.
discard pile? It's Furiten. That's going to be interesting.
Wow, what handler missed that? So she'll have to draw the tile herself. If you've discarded your winning tile at any point in the hand, you can't win on a roll.
Oh, Aragaki collects Dora, same type of weight, but not Furiten. In this case, it wouldn't have mattered, though, because she sumos it herself. Gets the more expensive side, 4-so Dora. Everyone looking over a little bit sad about it, except for Aragaki, who almost gets the lead. Very close, but not quite. She's coming back for Karaoke Bar Gatinha. They might be able to write a song about this if they make it through to the next round.
I want to go to some of these bars that are featuring teams. I haven't been to any of them. Maybe in the WRC,
Tokyo?
when people come for Tokyo, then we can stop by a few of them. We can do a mahjong, like a bar crawl.
Whoa, four pairs for Saika. One of them's all the way up to a triplet. So different options for her. The players in this game are playing even faster than the players in the previous game. The cameraman's got his work cut out for him on this one. As well as us in the commentary booth here. Tezuka seems to be 2 away.
Brings a gut shot into Saika's hand, which gives her too many blocks, and she decides to throw that back.
Oh, big draw for Aragaki, though. It's the 8-man here.
Goes in the middle weights.
Yeah, Tezuka's 1 away. That's going to be very interesting. 5, 6, 7. That's not a triplet or a pair. So Saika might have to be satisfied with 3 concealed triplets instead of 4. No Yakuman here. Even the 3 concealed is going to be hard for her to get. Oh.
Although now she's 1 away from ready.
What tile is that? It's an 8. A very long wait. Doesn't want it. Doesn't want the long wait. I wonder why. It seems like a sort of a Sakigiri, like a preemptive discard there to avoid dealing in later. Because the shape looks really nice. But she's keeping the extra north here.
Yeah, she has a 5, 6, 7 already locked in. And the 9, 9, 9. So it kind of creates an extra block if she keeps it. So she's decided to prioritize the 6, 6, 7, 7 blocks in the Sozu.
She's sticking with what she has.
It looks really nice when you have 6 blocks, but it can actually be a lot less efficient.
There's a 2.
Let's see, this would make more sense because she can always switch out the 9 as the pair if she draws a 3 character.
And our players here are taking a little more time to decide on their discards now than they were on the first row. They're blazing through the first row, but now the decisions seem a little more difficult.
I mean, she can take Tenpai if she draws a 3 character.
Okay, so Okada is going to give up on the potential twin sequence, the potential Ipeiko. And there's a 3-4. That's enough. Enough for Aragaki to go Riichi. 3 Doras for Tezuka right after, though. The counter Riichi. Big chance here waiting for 3-so and 6-so. And a Dora immediately for Okada. 3 big draws back to back, but Okada is big in a different way. Not the way she wanted. It's big danger.
So what I was saying a second ago with Saika's hand, if she had the 8 character, it would give her the 6 6 block, but the 2 character actually just helps out one of the blocks she already has.
Yes. So Okada getting through 2 copies of the 3-pin. She's got 1 more for safety. Saika avoids dealing in.
No Uradora.
Yeah, but Aragaki stopping Tezuka's 3 Dora Riichi and keeping her dealer and taking the lead. That is a lot.
Dealership that never ends.
Gemma was mentioning a lot of the Mahjong players wear contacts. So she was saying Maruyama stuck out a little bit as a glasses player. But we could see Tezuka here also wearing glasses for this one.
I'm not Tezuka actually.
Oh, you think they're fashionable glasses? They're accoutrement, accessories to her outfit?
I'm trying to remember. Yeah, she usually doesn't wear glasses, but maybe she's just doesn't need them all the time.
I know one streamer. He has empty frames. Like he doesn't even put lenses in them. He just wears the frames. So one time he was scratching his eye. He was like scratching his eyelid on stream, and he put his finger through the lens or through the frame, and it revealed that there was no lens, and the whole chat was completely bamboozled. They're like, "Oh, the glasses are fake glasses."
I used to do that with the sunglasses, the cheap sunglasses as a kid. Pop out the lenses. So
and just wear the frames?
So I could pretend like I needed glasses.
I see. Interesting.
I didn't wear glasses until I was in my 20s, so...
Here we go. Okada's hand, not bad. Could be a pinfu with a tanyao. The old mentan pin. The classic workhorse of Riichi points.
And Tezuka trying to decide which path she's going to take. She could pair down to a double gutty, or she could lock in the 6, 7, 8, and she decides to discard a pair.
Yeah, she paired a pair from her hand. It's been paired off. 3-4 comes in for Aragaki, but that's connected to her only pair.
She fills in a middle way.
And so far, so good for Tezuka. Okada is moving forward as well, but not quite as quickly. There's a 7-8-9 for Saika. 5-6-7-8 for Aragaki. She's going to keep the extended weight here. Tezuka 1 away, but if she calls Green Dragon, that is not Tenpai. Ooh, a little bit of a tile switch for Okada there, knocking over the other tile and moving it back.
She had that open-ended gut shot weight, the 2, 4, 5, 6, 6, 7, and filled in the open-ended, so she got rid of the 2.
Yeah, Okada Tenpai after that pwn. I don't think it's worth that much. I didn't see any Dora. Oh, no, there's 2. So it's not bad. Definitely reasonable size, and there's a Dora. Saika's going to have a hard time getting rid of that, even when she's trying to make her half flush. This is Tenpai. Not going to take it, though. Aragaki does not take the Tenpai here, but
Tezuka will, and she is waiting for the 1-4 dot.
Yeah, it is not Pinfu because she has the Green Dragon pair. So the Green Dragon pair cutting instead of cutting the other pair backfires on Tezuka a little bit on this one. But Saika's out cutting south pair, at least for now. does have a chance to turn it back around. Tezuka cashes in here. Maybe a little bit of a
This is
Suji
Okada.
trap. Oh, sorry. Okada cashes in here. Looks like a little bit of a Suji trap worked out for her.
Tezuka once again has a reach that does not come to fruition.
Yeah. I guess
She's
it's not
let down
really...
into Okada.
Yeah, not much of
It
a
would-
trap then. It's just a Riichi player that dealt in.
Yeah. Tezuka not getting any luck at all. She's had some great hands and great reaches, but just cannot win the hands.
Yeah, she's been around the world for Mahjong. Even went to WRC Las Vegas. But when it comes to Yukan Fuji, she's still looking for that lucky break. Her team has never made the playoffs yet. They're doing really well this time though, so hopefully she can help them out a bit here on her last dealer for this day.
Yeah, I think she was even going to like European championships before it was cool.
Mm.
From Japan to go to European championships. She's been a pro just a little bit longer than me. She joined JPML much after me. She used to be a member of the MPM.
Is that... No? Still one away. Still one away for Tezuka.
Pulls
But
in a nice middleweight, but Okada gets there
Okada
first.
Tenpai. Oh, this is going to
No
be another
blaming Shoku either.
another difficult dealer turn for Tezuka. Tezuka... Oh. Aragaki just playing her hand right now. Tezuka with a difficult decision here. 2-pin, not exactly the safest tile with those discards from Okada. It comes out anyway though. Passes. Okada waiting on 2-5 Mon. Okada has a Dora though. So could become worth a lot with Uradora. And still already worth a medium amount.
It would be a happy draw if Tezuka wasn't up against a reach, but she follows her hand and discards the efficient 3 Mon.
Right. Out comes an East tile for Saika. So Saika using her safe tiles already to try and get away from this hand. Okada has not drawn her winning tile yet. So our other players still have a chance here. Aragaki pulls another 7-mon. She might actually be fighting here. Tezuka still pushing. Tezuka doing what she can in her last dealer turn. Not quite it either. Already the 2 has come out. She's going to risk the 3 as well, and it passes. That's a lot of Musuji, a lot of tiles that aren't Suji that Tezuka has already discarded. Seems like she's going all in for this.
Yeah, this is her last chance at dealer, so it's her last chance to really build up some points and come back. It's a difficult position because if you look at the overall team scores, then you can justify folding here as well.
Right.
But she'll reach.
It works out so far.
Really strong move, yeah.
She's made it to the pinnacle. She just has to plant her flag on that mountain of the winning tile. Both Tezuka and Okada. Okada taking a little time on that, was not happy with that discard. But what can you do when you're the Riichi player? When you're one of 2 Riichi players now? You just have to discard it.
Riichi player in a lot of hands so far this game.
That's right. It's a battle. That 3-pin came out very early from Tezuka. So fortunately, Saika gets to discard it for free. And Aragaki's in the battle now. She's Tenpai with a nice 4-7 and White Dragon weight. Okada collects. Unfortunate for Tezuka here. Tezuka.
And again. Was it? Yeah.
Yep. Again, Tezuka ends up dealing into Okada. And that is her
Dealing.
final dealer turn, so that's tough.
Reads PM for one Dora, so 3,900. It's not a big hand, but this situation has just occurred over and over again this game, so
Yep, and
really
she's 22,000 points out of third place now. So it's definitely a tough spot without red fives in the game to come back from without a dealer turn. We'll see what she can do.
glasses in the chat. Yes, I generally read contacts as well.
Hmm.
But I have glasses today that y'all can't see.
Aragaki, it's got an interesting hand. Nobody's hand is far and away the front runner. But we do have some potential. We can see Okada here with a Dora, and obviously she's the dealer. Saika here has a Dora, but it's not connected to anything at all. She might even discard it for a Tanya, an all inside hand, all simples. Yeah, out it goes, turn 3. Dora, early discard. She's got a plan.
Okada was born in Japan, but at 6 years old, her Chinese mother sent her to China to live with her grandmother.
Oh,
Told
that's
her
pretty
to
interesting.
go to elementary school in China and then come back. So she, spent many of her formative years in Shanghai.
So she's got a mastery of both Riichi Mahjong and some forms of Chinese Mahjong.
The grandmother that she lived with actually ran a mahjong parlor, or owned a mahjong parlor. So yes.
Yep. I wonder which forms of Chinese Mahjong she knows how to play. Maybe a lot of them.
Yeah, probably mostly Shanghai rules, I would assume, since she was based in Shanghai and also speaks Shanghainese.
I don't know if I know anybody who speaks Shanghainese. Not super common.
My prom date was spoke Shanghainese.
Oh, Okada Riichi. That's the universal language of Mahjong. Tenpai. The battle continues. Not too many fights here against this Riichi.
Yeah, Okada had left the option for actually an outside hand, the Chanta hand, but drew the non-Chanta side, so she has another not very expensive hand. It seems to be her theme, just reach quick on sort of cheap hands.
Yep, but it's possible to collect Uradora here as Riichi.
Yeah, definitely valuable moves, especially as dealer. Put the pressure on everybody else.
And there it is. Well, it wouldn't have been Chanta regardless, I suppose.
Needs Tsumo and one Dora.
That's not bad.
2,000 from each player.
That's not bad at all. Points collected, just out of first place right now.
But she gets to continue at dealer, so she's
That's
in a really
right.
good position to take first place away. Only 1,200 points needed. So any win will put her in first place for the time being. Make sure you subscribe to the channel as well if you haven't already. Tell your friends to subscribe. We need 12 more today by the end of the stream, and I will run a book giveaway in January.
Ooh, exciting. Want the Riichi Mahjong, the only way to play, 2nd edition. With the new illustrated cover and the strategy talk, the protest help, I suppose, protest drills.
Yeah, the World Reach protest is going to be coming up, so
And
could be useful.
Most importantly, the stories about Jenn's life. Personal experience of Mahjong Pro Moving from
9 character.
America.
Yeah. Living in Japan only for mahjong.
Yeah, these South Dora are
Nine.
gonna be very key. This could be Tezuka's path to victory.
So Saika there has pawned the White Dragon and the 9 the 9 character.
Right.
Still not Tempai though.
Good draw for
Even with
Okada,
two
though. The 8 to go in between the 7, 8, 9.
She's going for the half flush.
Saika gets rid of her own 8. No problem there. That is the wrong honor tile for Tezuka. South and North are polar opposites. Literally, they're both poles.
It's kind of shaped like the Great Dragon though.
Yes. But-
If you just had like the shadows of both of them,
Yeah.
you could easily mix up.
Aragaki replaces a 9-so with a 6-so. A little bit more dangerous, but a little bit easier to use. We'll see which side pays off and just gets rid of it.
You've seen kind of like an interesting balance of play styles. Tezuka and Okada have been focusing more on closed hands and pushing for reach, while Saika and Aragaki have both been calling a ton of tiles.
Aragaki,
And
3
there's a
calls,
third
no
call.
tempai.
Corak would be so proud.
She's probably trying to bluff some Dora in her hand right now. Of course, Tezuka knows where at least half those Dora are.
Well, everyone on the table is already sure that this is a half flush.
Right.
So they'll be holding on to the Monzu.
That's
but
Tempai.
Tezuka fills it in Tempai with the thing is, there's 2 options here. She could use the double sequence, the twin sequence, or she could even use all pairs, and she chooses to use the twin sequence, but leaves the option open for switching back to all pairs by not reaching.
Saika tempai only on 7, man. Chance to wait for a pair here? Is this worth switching? I think you lose a lot of Han. You lose a lot of points. Yeah, so she's just gonna Riichi.
2 Dora, so she's...
Sumo
She would
Giri
lose.
Reach. Okada fighting Reach. Oikake Reach. Saika maintains tempai. 3 players tempai on the board. 3 pin, very dangerous, but passes. 4 pin, even more dangerous, but still passes. Or so. Really, the Manzu
Saika
are the biggest ones.
Osaki can't do anything against these 2 reaches.
Oh,
This
oh no!
will do it again.
Tezuka deals into Okada once again. That is unfortunate for Tezuka
And
here.
In East 4, she had also dealt in with the 6, so also well reach.
Hmm.
It's just a recurring theme for this hand. It must be so frustrating
Yeah,
to be
and
sitting in that seat.
that's gonna put Okada in the lead, even above Aragaki. South 2, 2 repeats. Okada maintains dealership here.
The third hand at dealers, or 2 continuances. Dora is going to be the 2 character.
Okada is the 2024 Saikouisen Muso legend, the unmatched legend this year. So maybe she's just showing a little bit of that prowess right now. That's a green and a red dragon for Tezuka. Another potential big hand. Maybe one of them will come out. There goes the first white dragon, though. And there's another one in Aragaki's hand. So no Daisangen possible. No big 3 dragons. Right as she draws a 3rd green dragon. That's tough.
She does have potential for a half flush with the bamboos.
Yeah. But the big dragons, the Yakuman, is getting so close. But you see 2 white dragons come out like that. Tough one. Small 3 dragons is still possible, but
just possible. Not likely.
Yes. She would need both of the remaining white dragons.
Okada's hand not as put together as the last one, as the last few hands have been.
Saika pulls a red dragon, but has not discarded it yet. We will see whether she does. We'll see if Tezuka even calls it. Because currently the red dragon is her only pair.
Yeah, I think she might have been more likely to call it if she was going for the half flush, but her other honor tiles have been coming out as well, so she hasn't been able to keep them to hedge the half flush, and she's had to keep this 3-4-4 shape in the
Right.
Manzu.
Although now that she does have an extra pair, that 3-4-4 shape in the Manza you're mentioning. So it is possible to call the red dragon and still use 4 Mon as a pair.
Reduces the value of the hand so much. And she has
Yes.
potential to reach.
Yes, and she needs a lot of points right now. Oh, another red dragon for Saika. Holding it pays off for her, kind of. Doesn't go for the full straight, though. We're going for maximum efficiency.
Okada went away. Some appreciation in the chat for Okada's uniform. The little uniform.
Yeah, the little uniform is very professional looking. As you mentioned, the golf. It's a very golf-like design.
I went away for Tezuka.
There's another pair, so now Saika can also win on the red dragon if Tezuka is ever convinced to discard it.
Oh, she doesn't have it right now.
Yeah,
so
she's not Tenpai
you have
yet.
to get it first before she has
She
to
does have
pull it.
that route. Both Tezuka and Saika are one away, looking for
And
some
she's
route
kept
to use the red dragon.
Tezuka has kept the north as a safe tile and probably a reach decoration tile for when she not decoration. She gets ready finally. So she's probably not thinking about the white dragon anymore at this point.
Right. But she is still pushing tiles. And there's the first Riichi. Okada. Riichi once again breaks Ipatsu. Saika waiting only for the red dragon to win now.
She needs a backdoor win. She doesn't have a Yaku
Yep,
with a hand pattern, so she's got it. Oh, and
very difficult. Aragaki.
Aragaki reaches.
Yeah, the Dora are convincing people to go for it here, even on less good weights. Got the Dora in the hand, you gotta go for it. Even against the dealer. This is a very dangerous Riichi by Aragaki. Might pay off or might backfire. Saika with another white dragon, not much thought, just discarding it. Tezuka hasn't called any tiles, so I guess there's not too much reason to fear it. Two of them already discarded. Difficult 9-mon now against two Riichis. Indeed, she's not going to discard it. 3-mon gets discarded. Okada and Aragaki both with middle inside weights. Oh, that 7 might have helped in the past. Doesn't help here. Oh, Aragaki. It pays off. Sumo.
And she'll get the lead back from Okada.
She's got a Dora in hand. And so it all works out.
1,000 from each of the non-dealers and 2,000 from the dealer. Thank you, chat, for coining the reach decoration phrase.
You have to decorate your Riichi with a sideways.
I think people decorate their reach all the time in these online clients.
Yes, the Riichi decoration is definitely something that you can get in a lot of different online clients, so that your character or your tile does something special when you do a Riichi. Saika
Right, and
is a
we're
pretty fast
last
hand.
my one hand. We're in the penultimate hand, which in Japanese is called lasumai.
Rasumai. That's a very interesting way of saying it. Because it sounds like it's the last hand.
Means before last.
Hmm.
But I love this word penultimate. It's used so much in poker articles. I
Interesting.
always say the penultimate day of the series, and I can use it in Mahjong as well for South 3.
I think people just want to say ultimate however they can. So even when it's not actually the ultimate day, they try and find another word with ultimate in it so that it can sound ultimate. So it's penultimate instead.
Makes sense.
This is tough for Tezuka here.
Yeah, she's really in a tough position. Already in the negative points. You see those black sticks come out of the trays.
Yeah. She's had a lot of other big hands that look like they can score. But this one, while it has two Dora, it's a lot slower in terms of the shapes. There's a bit less hope, I suppose, in this one.
It's interesting. I think if Saika's hand could have probably justified going for an inside hand, but instead she keeps the 1-3-3 shape.
Yep, it allows her to do a Riichi.
And then Saika.
Right.
She had the 1-3-3 shape and the 3-3-4 shape, and she did a sort of early discard. Discarding
Yeah,
the
see,
3
she's
or the
Riichi,
4.
even though they haven't put it on even though the overlay didn't put it down.
Oh, weird.
Sayaka has done a Riichi. As she's been doing, this must be her 8th Riichi.
Okada is reach, isn't it? So Okada is reach.
Yes, Okada's Reach. Oh,
Yeah,
I
I'm talking
thought
about
you said
Sayaka.
Sayaka, like her first name, Sayaka
Yeah, it does
Okada.
sound similar.
Sayaka, that's right.
Saika. Saika she chose a less efficient discard to lock in an open-ended weight in the bamboos there, the 3-4,
Right.
and kept the one character instead.
She's only
Which
one
I
away.
thought was interesting because you could call with an inside hand.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like she can still call with this.
Yeah, but if she's going to, it's just a little bit less efficiency than if she kept the 4 instead of the one character.
Right.
She's not convinced that that one character is safe against Okada's reach.
Oh,
But
she
she'll
does
push
it though. She does it. It goes through. Goes the red dragon. Another pair of 1-so here for Tezuka. 2-so comes out. Despite her situation, this doesn't seem like the hand she's willing to push.
Yeah, 2 bamboos safe. Aragaki holding on to 1 away.
Still not Tempai for Saika here. Saika.
That's too many blocks.
Yep. Gonna go with the 5-pin. Out it goes. Chance to call for Aragaki? Is that what she's thinking about?
She
Yoink!
does.
Tenpai no Yaku.
Does not
Nope.
take tempo.
Doesn't want it.
A good thing because the 3/6 is gonna deal into
That's
Okada.
right. A very, very well reasoned discard
So
there.
she cheats and keeps her one away.
Ooh, still one away. Weight has
Yeah.
improved a little bit. I wonder how safe 5-mon is here.
So if she had kept the 1 dot, she would have no Yaku, but instead she gets rid of them and leaves options open to re-tempai with a Yaku actually, and she does.
That's one. She's gonna go for it. Can win on the 5-pin now. Which
Maybe
has
she
come
ends up
out already.
Yeah, she ends up using the deal-in tile in her tempai.
Very nice Mawashi rolling shape. We're running out of tiles. Out comes 2-mon, no problem. Con opportunity? Not gonna happen. Oh, no con opportunity. That was the last
hand,
tile.
yeah. The last tile I meant. The last draw. I have 2 players tempai.
Interesting,
Okada,
because
who's
Okada's
reached-
Riichi, sometimes if you have safe tiles, you con to deny the last draw from Okada.
Yeah, well, Aragaki had the last draw and then she gave it to Tezuka with her chi. So Tezuka did not have to employ that strategy this time around. But it's definitely something to keep in mind. Put it in your arsenal.
And we
And
are
that'll
in
bring us to
South
the
4.
last hand. Yes, 1 continuance and 1 reach stick on the table.
Aragaki now with a more comfortable lead. It's still less than a mangan, which means it's not as comfortable as you'd hope. But without red 5s, it can be a little harder to make a mangan. So it's a little more comfortable than it's been throughout this entire game when Okada and Aragaki were neck and neck.
Tezuka is in a rough spot here. So her team is still more than 100 points away from ahead of 2nd place, but what do you do in all lasts like this where you have negative? There's no chance of getting up to 3rd place. You really just have to try and get any points that you can to try and reduce the negative. Especially if they keep you in 1st place.
That's right. So at that point, you're just playing expected value, EV. You're just playing whatever hand is best. Whatever hand you can make.
Tezuka has 7 siblings, which is not something that is common in Japan at all.
I wonder if it was common in her parents' generation. I guess still not quite that much.
Her parents' generation, more common. That would be like, yeah, I know a lot more people that age who have a lot of siblings. But definitely not. Her and I are just about the same age. And definitely not common for our generation at all. But she grew up in a shrine. A Shinto shrine. In Hokkaido. Which is why she's on the Hokkaido Fan Meeting team.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Whoa! Aragaki almost missed the Sanshoku, almost missed the triple sequences right there. He switches it up.
She noticed, yeah,
Just
just in time. I mean, it's not guaranteed anyway, so it wouldn't be
that
terrible
big of a
to
loss,
stick with the outside discard instead.
Got 4, 5, 6. We've got 6, 7, 8 for Saika. And we have 4 pairs. How are we gonna play this?
We
Could
actually have
even
5
be...
pairs, the thing is.
Oh, you're right. Because of
count
4,
the
5, 6, 6,
sixes.
7, 8. Oh, she's gonna
She has
break pairs mode.
Yeah.
She's going pairs mode. Chi Toitsu, 7 pairs. Okay, and that's an interesting north tile she can use to wait on. Seems like a very good idea if she can get Tempai. Not that tile. Oh, out goes the north. It wasn't a good enough idea because it just came out a couple times and messed up her plans.
Lots of pairs in everybody's hand, though. So we
This
call
is
it
Tenpai
pair board.
for Okada. Is she gonna do a reach like she's done so many times before? The weight is not that good.
And she can still win, but she has to get rid of the next two Dora. But she could do a Suji trap, but she also could just win without reaching.
But
Thing is, it won't be enough.
yeah,
She's
wouldn't get her
thinking, she's
first.
calculating, yeah, how much she needs to break into first
I
place.
wonder if
into
there's
Aragaki.
a world where she keeps 5 mon to try and get Dora and cuts one of the pairs.
Yeah, she could discard the 5 dot and do a Kutsuki Tenpai.
Yeah. Ooh, big
That's what she
call.
does.
Big
So we call this a
call there.
sticky, I say a Kutsuki Shanten. So she's we call it a sticky one away, sticky Shanten. She just needs something to stick to one of those 5s to re-tempai with a better and more expensive hand. And there it is, the 6 Dora acceptance. She reach Tanyao, possible Dora.
An amazing draw there. A little patience goes a long way for Okada. Sumo, I think, wins even without Uradora. Reach Sumo all inside or Tanyao and Dora.
If she can get a Dora.
Oh,
yeah,
that's true. She has to draw the Dora side, so maybe.
Dora or Ura, either way.
Yeah, or Ipatsu. She still has her Ipatsu turn coming up right now.
Tezuka's hand actually looks so nice. She has a double south and
yeah. Can she really fold this one? Just don't discard the Dora, whatever you do. Or it'll be Ipatsu and Dora. No, no Dora. Oh, folding off the south. It's over. Over for Tezuka on this hand. It'll be very hard for her to turn it back around anyway. Dora for Aragaki. She's in Tenpai now.
Yeah, her weight would be the 1, 3, 4 bamboo, and she reaches.
Yep. It's a very interesting Riichi discard. The way she does it, like her motion is flat onto the table.
Remember we were talking about how she was hedging the mixed sequences, but she did not get that.
Yeah.
It was a 1, 2, 3 mixed sequence that she was hedging by discarding the 4 dot earlier.
Ooh, no dice.
But
there's another Dora! And it's not for Okada. Saika gets it. Triple nines! This would be Tenpai if she had the pair of South, but what do you do now?
It'd be a really big Tenpai too.
What do you do now? Can Tezuka still fight for this hand? There's only about 12 tiles left.
I think she's completely out of it, but I'm not sure what Saika is gonna do. She's still just one away with all pairs hand.
A pair has been broken. Pair has been broken.
I really wanted pushing that all pairs hand, but against 2 reaches.
And Aragaki gets it, so we're here for another hand. Since we do not have a Garayame. When the dealer is in first place after a win, they have to keep playing. They're not allowed to stop.
And that's Okada dealing in, so that puts her even further away from first place.
Yep, so Karaoke Bar Gatinha making a little Cinderella story happen here. Still a long way to go, but it's a start.
I think now what you're going to see is Okada's goal for this game is going to shift. She was trying to get into first place when she was within 8,000 points, an 8,000 point draw of first place. And now, 23,000 points away, she's just going to try and get second place. So her and Okada and Saika are going to be battling out for the second place position right now.
Yep, that makes sense to me. A lot of edge tiles for Okada, but she starts by discarding a north, so it doesn't look like she's going for Kokushi Muso or 13 Orphans. Then you're going to use the 1-2-3 mixed triple sequence there. Even an open call on that would get her enough points. She only needs 100 to overcome Saika's second place score. It's going to be a close battle. Tezuka might end this just with a small hand. Just get whatever points she can back.
Yeah, in Tezuka's position, her goal is to not lose any more points. If she can get... So in Mahjong, we talk about like the total points. Like the points that don't have anything to do with placement. And then we talk about the placement bonuses. So in most cases, the total points aren't very relevant. It's all about what place you're in. But in this case, Tezuka has to think about the total points, and she can't change her placing really unless she gets some sort of Yakuman, which is not going to happen with this hand.
And that's why they say sometimes playing if you have a big first or playing if you have a big last is very similar. Whether you're way on top or way below, you're playing in a similar way.
Yeah, it depends on what rule set you're using for how important your total, the points that you're holding are like what value they hold. And in this sort of situation, they hold a lot more value. But when you have the chance to move up in positions, they hold a lot less value.
2, 3, 4. That is one away. Tezuka might be able to get a little bit of a consolation here. Okada and Saika are still 2 away themselves. Aragaki does not want the extra pair there.
Tezuka decides to discard the value tiles so that she can keep the opportunity for Pinfu open. She's on the south seat, so the west pair can be used in a Pinfu hand.
White dragon comes out. Green dragon is kept. Sometimes I wonder when you get the single dragons and you have another copy in your hand.
She triples up the west, so that's not Pinfu if she keeps those 3
Right.
west.
Sometimes I wonder whether it's actually better to be switching the tile out with the one in your hand like that. It's the white and the green are a little bit different. Looking at the way the discards are on the board for Aragaki, there are more white dragons out than green.
Yeah. Okada moves. She decides to cheat that 5.
1 away.
Oh, she pawns the 5, I'm sorry. She pawns the 5, leaving the leaving the 5 weight in her hand. Is that right? She must have cheated. Oh, she cheated the 3. God. It's not the 5, it's the 3. That's where I
Speaking
had
of
the
chi,
problem.
Saika is going to chi herself.
That's a 5. There we go.
There it
There's a pawned
is.
5.
And 9 replaced with a 6 pin for Aragaki. Tezuka's still not finding the end of this yet.
Oh, there's
There it is.
waiting for the 2-5 bamboo. Oh, it comes out right away from Okada.
And she
And
just
Tezuka will
catches a tiny hand, not even reaching for
says
maximum
end
value.
this misery. Well, she reached so many times in this game, and it
And
just
it
did
didn't
not
work.
work out for her. I definitely understand that feeling. So
Can't.
Aragaki will take first place plus 59.5. Might be her first place in the season. Saika in second plus 6.7. Okada in third minus 15 after a really aggressive game. Tezuka in last place minus 51.2. Still in the lead though as a team. their score differences.
Well. How do I put this? It was a little bit of an anticlimactic end to it, but had to end somehow. With a small
And then-
Pinfu Damaten.
Tezuka is just like, end this misery,
Right.
please.
Just
Stop
wasn't
taking
working
points
out
away
for her
from me.
in that game.
Yeah.
She did manage to maintain Hokkaido Fan Meeting's lead. They are still ahead. So
Yeah, by like 100.
yeah, on that
Still
account,
very far.
she did succeed there.
Yep, and now we're going to welcome our relief, the relievers.
The reliever, the
Um,
closers, if you will.
Welcome, Corak and Dave.
Good to be here.
Hello, everyone.
I really want to hear about this World Reach League.
World Riichi League. Oh man, it's been a little exciting getting everything set up. So we have 3 events that are actually going to be happening simultaneously across the U.S. on March 1st. We're going to be having an event here
That's my
in New York.
birthday.
It's your birthday.
If anyone wants
It's
to give me a birthday trip present to Chicago.
designed entirely as a happy birthday to Jenn. We're gonna have one event here in New York. We're gonna have an event with PML in San Francisco, and we're going to have an event with Chicago area Mahjong in, shockingly, Chicago. And so these are all going to be fairly straightforward league events. So they're not like fancy or crazy tournaments, but the idea is that first of all, the winners of each of these events, the top 2 from each of these events, are going to be entered into an online tournament run by the folks at Armel that will be rewarding a WRC wildcard seat directly into the 2025 WRC. We're going to have a few other wildcard seats to get put into there from performance overall in the league. And then, generally speaking, for folks who are interested in proceeding to be part of the WRC Pro program, this league is really their first Pro program league meetup. And the results of this league, for those who choose to participate in the program, will be like added onto them as their first participation outcome. So it's a really exciting time to get this going in the US.
Oh, cool. Yeah, it's already been happening in Europe, so
Yes.
I know that many of us are waiting for the announcement. When is it going to happen in North America? I think there's no restriction on it's not just for Americans, right? Anybody who travels can also play. Is that true?
I believe
That's
that
true
for
for the
this
European
event,
one.
yes. Yeah, for this event, yes, because it is an open for a seat. It is open to anyone who's willing to go.
So even somebody hypothetically from Canada could hop down.
That's true. People from all over the world, from Canada, whatever you want. We have been taking statements of interest so far, and we're going to be moving on to registration as soon as we finish some documents to send out to everyone, code of conduct stuff, just general, like, hey, you agree to participate. We are still room in the San Francisco and Chicago events at this point.
Yeah, so if anyone wants to donate a birthday present to Jen, I've never been to Chicago except for transferring.
You got to try the hot dogs.
I always just get popcorn in the
Chicago
airport.
hot dogs.
What about
Chicago
the
hot dogs are
pizza?
really good.
Yeah, I go with pizza.
Okay, I got it. Look, I'm gonna get in trouble for whatever I say here, but here's what I gotta say. As a New Yorker, I will say Chicago deep dish pizza is not pizza, but huge but, it is delicious, and you should totally try it. It is a wonderful food that you should enjoy.
Pretty strong qualifier there. All right, well, I'm excited. I think that I'm just gonna go out and say it that our team is going to be on standby, ready to commentate for that final as well for the
Oh heck yeah,
yeah. So we are the World Reach commentary team, and so look forward to that on the WRC channel as well.
It'll be super exciting.
All right, and I think with that, I'm going to leave. Please follow my YouTube channel at mahjongjen, and also on my Twitch at mahjongjen. I do live streams. I'll probably be streaming tonight as well. And I have some videos coming for World Reach channel next week. So yeah, look forward to it. Thank you guys.
Super exciting and excited to get started with this game. So I'm pulling up all of my documentas. All right. So what do we got for upcoming game?
The player screen is there.
I was gonna say we have our game 3 players. So coming up in game 3, we have Asami Ishida with Little Hair Salon from the Japan Professional Mahjong League. Sorry, I'm reading through the info about her. Super interesting. She recently started the weekly kids mahjong class, which is super cool. And this is her 10th time in Yukan Fuji. She actually played before becoming a pro, and it was her gateway to taking the pro test. So very experienced, very, very cool. Next up with Hokkaido Mahjong Fan Meeting. It's an interesting team name. We have Hatsune Osaki from the Nihon Professional Mahjong Association. It's her first game of the season. Had a little trouble finding it. She was able to make it on time. So we're very, very glad to have her here. Next up, Mahjong 3 Arrow Channel, Momo Matsushima from Nihon Professional Mahjong Association, an official play-by-play commentator for the M League, and attended Kyoto University and got a master's from Doshisha University Graduate School, which is really, really cool. She appears on quiz shows and loves commenting and quizzes and all sorts of things. So definitely very engaged in the Mahjong community. And finally, from Bar Gatinha, we have Airi Hayami from the Nihon Professional Mahjong Association, who grew up with her family owning a mahjong parlor and now owns a karaoke bar, enjoys drawing, and has mahjong running in her blood, it seems. So, let's see how our competitors do as we get going.
Yeah, a bunch of interesting people in this matchup, of course. When you're getting here and your first game is the day after Christmas, that's a bit of an experience.
Yeah, it's right back to reality from being on break.
Of course, an M League commentator. That's pretty high profile.
Oh yeah, it's got to be really interesting being on both sides of the camera, you know?
All right, well, we start here. This is a nice little pinfu hand. Has a bunch of honors to get rid of. You want to do Sanshoku eventually, but you have that north pair up and just drawing a pretty straightforward hand. Try to get the 1-2-3 Sanshoku. If not, then your Riichi's fine. Well, this has just a bunch of pairs. It feels Chitoitsu. You could go Toi Toi, but there's not really reason with a 9-so Dora, because it'd just be the Toi Toi alone, or see the 1-so cut. That looks like a pretty standard pinfu hand. And it was a Pinzu tile. I didn't see what it was. The shirt getting in the way there. 2-so floats around the 1-2-3, potentially Peiko upgrade. The 4 is a bit of a floater here, but again, this is just a possible Chitoitsu hand. It's going to be really hard to move it towards anything else. 4 is a great filler. 3, 4, 5, 6 in Manzu. We have Hatsune going to hold it for now. Just switch the honors around. Played standard efficiency. Here's a Dora draw. Kind of an awkward option. Gives up on the Sanshoku. But now you have Dora. There's your value of a 5, 7, 9. But just sticking with the Chitoi. 2-so. Doesn't really like the 2 from the 2, 4, 5, 7-so. I have a 6 pulls in with the 1, 3, 5, 6, 8. So a lot of different ways that can go. 8-so connects to the Dora. 6-1's a pair up. We do have a couple pairs here. The most efficient cut's obviously the 7-so, or the potentially the 4-pin, but you kind of still accept the 5, and we'll just lock in the shape to where it will need the 5.
It's the push.
Speaking of 5s, there's one of them. And that's an Ishan 10. Yeah, just a lot of pretty basic efficiency here. You have one person going for Chitoi, everyone else going for Pinfu. Pretty standard situation.
Ooh. That's
No,
an
this
odd
is
shape.
which Sanshoku do you want? I think the 4, 5, 6 is just way better here. And we'll hedge both of them for now. Haku's a bit of a miss. The 4-so extends the Sozu shape, but just going to shift off of it. Kind of curious what that floating 8-pin's still doing, though. Pretty hard to use that. Oh, well, that's just
Here we are.
Senpai for Riichi Sanshoku waiting on 5-pin. Of course, we do see 2 of them, and that is not the tile you want to draw. We don't have a ton of information. Getting the door here on a hand you want to push.
Yeah, oof.
There's just not really any value here, so we'll throw the 1 and see what happens. Of course, one pin clear, so it comes out afterwards. And you notice the play always slows down quite a bit immediately after a Riichi like this.
It's true. All your best friends at the table clearing out tiles for you. Oof.
Ooh, there's such an incentive to just throw the Dora here. It's such a wide Ishanten, but it's also Dora.
Yeah, sometimes the worst draw is the best draw.
We'll go ahead and throw the
Gonna
3
hedge.
here. Already cleared the 1, so fewer shapes to that deal for that to deal into. And still sitting in Ishanten on that Chitoitsu. Now we see the 2, the 1, 2, and 3 pin have all cleared. Oh, but the 5 doesn't. There it goes. Riichi's Sanshogu. And it doesn't look like any Ura, but that's still 5,200. And Osaki with the first win here.
Not the most devastating blow, but a solid start. And it's always tough with those inside weights because Suji don't work. Let's see where we get going on hand 2.
Yeah, Ishida is going to be dealer here. We are in East 2. Dora is 8-so. And looks like a pretty standard Pinfu hand here. Possible Ipeko and lower Pinzu. Similarly, a few pairs here, but just play efficiently for now. It has a floating 8-so Dora. May decide to do a layer. Ooh, that 6 is a fun draw. That is really close, but you want to go for the Sanjuku 6, 7, 8. Potential for that in there. Oh, the 3 is a great fill. 1, 2, 3, 4, and Manzu now. The 5 connects to the 3, so you kind of have a Tanyao shape. Cuts the 1 here. Doesn't really want the 1, 2, 4, 4, 5. Speaking of 5s, pulls in there. We also have another Tanyao. We'll hold the 1 for a possible but unlikely Sanjuku. The 9 pairs up, so you have 3 pairs now, but there isn't really much else here. We'll go ahead and cut the 2-so after having cut the 1 previously. 4-so doesn't really do anything for this hand. So that's going to get thrown back. 1 mon is already thrown, so back it goes.
6, 7, 8 Sanchoku is impossible now. All the 6s have gone to our opponents.
Well, that fills a potential Dora Penchon with the 8, 9, but we'll need the 7. And that's always the worst feeling, because you're going to be on a Dora indicator, most likely. Trying to decide whether to go for the Chitoitsu, and just cuts the 9. There is also a Tanyao shift if you pair up the Dora, so that may be the plan here. 3-so pairs up. Actually, that's a pretty good shape. 4 pin extends the Pinzu shape. 1, 2, 3, 3, 4, 6.
Ishanten there as well.
Doesn't take the 7, 8, 9 Sanshogu. Upgrades the Ryokan and Pinzu, but you really want the Sanshogu here. Could potentially cut 2 mon or 3 mon.
Yeah, we know where the 6s are, but without knowing, you'd never be dropping that 7, 8.
8 really didn't do anything here. That's a wider Ishanten, I believe, but it's an ugly weight a lot of the time.
Yeah.
9-so fills in, completes the shape. Ishanten now has the Ryokan 4, 6, 8 pin and the Ryanman 2, 3 mon. Well, that's a pair up. Okay, not going to dream big. Oh, well, this is just Riichi Pinfu. Riichi the 1 will be Riichi Pinfu on 2, 5 mon.
Very traditional. Works well.
As dealer, it's all you really ask for. First Tempai, good weight. Not too much value, but you always flip an aura. That 6 just feels like a pretty direct fold.
Yeah. Getting out of the way of the dealer here. Tough choices.
You feel the 7's probably safe because you can 1-chance the 6 now. But we'll just throw the 6 here, and I feel the 7's likely to come out next turn.
For lack of anything better, almost definitely.
This hand is just a mess. Tried to get there, at least pair up for maybe some callability, but just didn't get there. And the 8 gets pushed. So obviously the rest of the table enjoys the 8 pin cuts. The 7 feels pretty safe now.
Yeah, that East makes it easy. Chuns. All kinds of things you'd love to draw, but right now it's everyone getting out of the way of that dealer.
Second potential door acceptance, but not going to get there. Draws a 5, but it's not the right one. There's the second door, as I was calling for.
No fun drawing all those when you're trying to fold.
Well, my feeling on that is you'd rather draw them than the person at Riichi draw them.
That's true. At least you know where they are. At least you know they're being handled safely.
Yeah, I do see the 7s coming out. 5 pair up could back into a Chitoitsu. Actually, not that far off now. Oh.
Huh.
Well. No, not really going to fight this. If 4-so is drawn, I guess you just take it, but...
Yeah. Everyone's getting such good draws now that they're all... As soon as you fold, that's when it happens, right?
Yeah, once you've abandoned all hope, that's when the wall says, but are you sure?
Oh, dear. No.
White Dragon 2 is fine. There's one
Yeah.
out. You just cut the pair here. I
They're-
would
they're-
not mess around with this. Oh, but that's a shove. I guess it's Nakasuji because the 1 and the 7 have come out, so it's not that bad.
Sheesh. Everyone having hard decisions to make now.
It goes with the 4 with the 7 having come out. That pin's already clear. Just had to check it to make sure.
Yeah. Never rush. Always be safe.
Okay, ends up going with the Haku, just deterred later.
Yeah, it's over. It's over.
That was the if the game really does want to tempt me, I am available to be tempted.
Oh my. All these hands want to live.
Yeah, really wide Ishan 10. And the problem is the Riichi has not given a ton of information to the rest of the players. The information come from the other players.
Yeah, it's a very scary time. But only one draw left, I believe.
And that's not it.
That's the end of it.
So it gets 3,000. It's not what you want with the early Riichi, but we'll take it.
It's not bad. A little bump, claiming second place, pulling first a little closer.
And of
But
course,
still-
getting a dealer repeat is always nice.
Oh, for sure.
One Honba, and of course that leftover Riichi stick, as Ishido will be dealer again in East 2-1.
Yeah, poor Hayami right now is the one who needs to be.
Oh, well, that's a hand.
Ooh.
I want to go Toy, but I just don't know that I can. I would hard commit with 8-pin, but I don't mind the 6-mon. That's going to be the play. The 6-mon's a good floater just because it accepts Dora. You could always go Haku Dora 1. But if you're just tunneled on Toy or Chitoy, it's a terrible tile.
If you want to be really ambitious, you do like flush Toy.
Yeah, there are routes for that, but that's going to be really hard. The rest of these hands look like pretty standard Pinfu. Now, that 6-0 could potentially move it towards something in Sozu, but you had good shapes elsewhere, so I think it's going to be... We have the dealer, the Chito hand, everyone. Well, maybe that hand could move towards Junchan. With those cuts, that seems to be the play. And the 7-1 was revealed, but just accidental tile knockover, so no penalties.
Oops.
Yeah, those look like Dave cuts. That's an I want Chanta.
I'm feeling very attacked. You're absolutely right, though. Oh, the Haku gets let by because it looks like we're looking maybe more for Chitoi.
Yeah, once Chito, I think these are easily callable pairs. I just go the toy myself.
I might have grabbed it. Is this a Kokshi that we're trying to build here?
It might just be one of the things about Kokushi is you usually want to move it as a Honitsu, just kind of disguise it as long as possible.
Hmm. It looks like we might be going for it.
Feels either going to be a whole bunch of tiles in the Dora suit that connect, in which case we go Honitsu, but plan A is clearly Kokushi at this point. Ooh, 8's an interesting draw because you could kind of hedge the 5, 6, 7, and 6, 7, 8 Sanshokus, and we'll do so. The 1 pin's a really nice draw there with a 1, 2, 2, 3, 3. May even turn into a normal hand.
4, 5, 5, 7.
Yeah, just get rid of the 7. Of course, the 4 is Dora, so keeping the 4, 5, 5 isn't that good, but it's workable. Oh, backfire on the 9 so cut.
Yeah, it's a shame.
6, could this move towards Tanya, which with the Dora I'm fine with. You will have to cut the pinch on if you go that route, though. And we'll just lock in the Dora shape here with
Hedge
4,
our
5.
bets. Hedge our bets on Latanya.
Naimon, and just thrown earlier, isn't going to be used in this hand. East is a unique tile for this Kokushi, getting a little closer.
Yeah, starting to sense some heat, some life from this Kokshi.
And another pair with a 5 pin. Probably not Chitoi, though. Tune pair up. Yeah, just trying to get rid of those extras for now because that feels like it's going to fold. And that's the thing about Kokushi is you usually don't get that close, but you have those extra straggler tiles left over and you can get in big trouble, especially tables that Dama heavily.
That's very, very true. Like the safest point of Kokshi is when you're almost there, and so your whole hand is tiles that if you don't win with it, no one's gonna want.
All right, that is an Ishan 10, I believe. Yes, can cut the 2-so or 8-so. I'm pretty sure it should be 2-so. No, cuts the 9. Wants to go Tanya with this.
Ooh.
Figures the 2 is safe on the left at least, so.
Huh.
Well, Anko, it is turning into kind of a normal hand. Hoping to get the last Haku, but you see the Kokushi, you figure it's dead. Oh, that would have been Tempai, I believe, but wasn't going to take it, so gave it up early. This is Ishan 10, an ugly one. I'd cut 9-so, but I don't know that it's right.
Yeah, I feel like
just
you want to work
Tanya
the Dora
from
in.
this. Right. We'll cut the 7 and float the Dora for now, keeping the better shape.
Ooh.
Oh, well, do you dream of Suanko?
Yeah.
I'm always cutting 8-10. I'm not even thinking about this one.
At worst, you fall back to Toy Toy.
Oh, well. Oh.
Ooh.
Well.
We're gonna swappy doppy it, eh?
Well, there's a 3-sided Pinfu, so that's gonna be a Riichi.
Just gonna slam it. All right.
Pinfu waiting with 1 Dora waiting on 2, 5, 8 pin.
That is a pretty ideal shape, even though the 8 pins are pretty beaten up. But all right, we're committed.
Well, this Kokushi never got there, and it's done.
It doesn't have to be done. There's enough pairs that there's still some room to get closer, but
there's a Dora, but you can't call it.
There's a North, which probably seems a little radioactive with that Kokshi. Oh, Lord.
That is Tempai. You could Riichi the 3 waiting a 9-pin Haku.
But
the problem is the aforementioned Kokushi. You figure it might just be dead.
Yeah.
but I feel you have to just take it,
We take it. Okay.
especially with the possible Sananko.
Sananko on sumo, yeah. Oh my word.
Wow.
Two
So it
sets
was
of
a
dragons.
Yakuman, just the wrong one.
Oh, alas.
Oh, the 6-pin comes out. That makes this 9-pin Suji.
Yeah, it gives people an excuse for that 9-pin. And the Kokishi's probably making that 1-mon also look more dangerous than it should be.
And sure enough, the Gokushi has one of each.
Yeah. Looks like we're just gonna get out of here.
Yeah, now you've seen enough discards for the Kokushi. You're like, no, they're not there.
Yeah, they're for sure folding. If they're getting out, we can all get out.
Yeah, that makes everything pretty safe here. Two 5-8 still has not filled. Of course, when you're sitting with all 4 of the 2-pin in the Riichi hand, it makes it pretty hard.
Yeah. I think the other 2 8s are out on the table, so it's actually really only 5s. Yeah, we are
And
done.
that's it. Just 2 players tempai. And you go, oh, that's where my 2-pin was.
I always feel a little better if someone was like intelligently holding them than if they were just jammed in the wall and I was unlucky.
I'm kind of neutral. I don't really care where they are. They just need to be in my drawing pool. And if they're not, I'm a little sad.
I don't like feeling cursed. So if another player has thwarted me, hey, they played well, good for them.
Cursed is just a state of being. I don't think you're ever not cursed if you're playing Mahjong. That's not specific to one person either.
I was gonna say, still feeling a little attacked. But
All right. Well, we have a Pinfu here. This is now 3 Riichi 6 and 2 Homba. If you have a chance to call and go, you definitely just go. Possible Itsu and Manzu. We have a Haku pair up. This is also very likely a call and go. Ooh. Do you go Honitsu or do you get greedy? And that feels like I want to call and get the sticks.
yeah, so much value just sitting on the table right now.
And there is the call. The rest shapes are kind of terrible, but with 36 in the middle, you don't really care. It's a great fill there. And I see the
God.
Haku also called.
Everyone's grabbing what they can.
8 so loosely connects to the 6. It gives you another block when the hand is significantly under block. Oh, the backfire on the south. Oh, you'd be just drooling right now if you had that hold it too.
I'd be a little nervous with how much other players are calling. That would be my worry.
Well, that's the advantage of hold it too. You get to call as much as they do.
Let's see what we got. Everyone's racing to the finish here.
And that's Tempai waiting on 2 5-mon.
Is that valid?
Well, I think you'd take the Champon if it wasn't.
Yeah, I would imagine you would. Because they don't need the East, right? Oh,
There it
the sumo.
is. There's the sumo.
Bam.
I think it was one of the dragon calls.
Okay, yeah, it was north. Okay.
Oh, yeah, it's north. What easy sumo there? 2 Han, but a bunch of sticks.
Yeah.
And just with that, Matsushima is now in the lead.
Pulls right into first. All right, very nice. I'm rooting for Hayami here a little bit because they have such a negative overall total. Like they really need to get big this game. So I'm hoping they can pull something off.
Yeah, it's pretty rough. Division does feel kind of like a 3-team race at this point.
Yeah, it's a challenge.
But Osami is dealer here. We are in East 3. Door is 7 so. It just looks like a pretty standard Pinfu hand. Few outside tiles, but you just play efficiently and see what happens. You'd really like to pair up the East, though. Anytime you get that double East, you're really happy. But this is similarly a pretty bad hand. Could have floated the Itsu, but gives it up, just playing efficiency. Oh, that 7 mon is kind of a disappointing draw because I just wanted to go cheat Itsu with it. We do have a completed shape in Manzu, so I think you just play normally. We have a Chun pair here, and not too much else. So a lot of mediocre to bad hands. This is the one that feels like it has the most potential.
Mm.
6-0 is kind of an awkward draw, but it fits in with the 3, 4, 4, 6, 8. So you have overlap all over the place.
Eesh, this is a lot of also awkward shapes here.
Hatsu's a miss. 5-so is a middle flood. We have 1, 2, 2s, 8, 9. The worst feeling is drawing a 5, especially with the 7 being Dora, so you have to keep the penchant.
Okay, not a bad draw for Osaki.
6-pin fits in nicely. And just some lateral shifting here. No one's hand's getting good, but just slowly improving, kind of what you would expect with a bunch of bad hands. There's a Dora draw. Now I'm incentivized to just go Tanya with it.
We're getting a lot of pins here.
Yeah, that's looked like Ishanten. The 8 mod. Oh, well, you just go Itsu now, I think. 3 fills one of those Kanchans with a 2, 4, 4, 6. I mean, it has to be Tempai. Is it a good one, though? 2, 5. I'd take it. I'm not thrilled with it.
Hmm. Dama.
Dama
Okay.
is looking for some value upgrades. There are a lot of upgrades in Pinzu that at least upgrade the shape. There's not going to be too much value, though. North isn't going to help, though. Oh, well, just so this
Oh,
is
no.
why you Riichi.
It's the sad sumo, but Matsushima's already in first, so
Yeah,
the game
but at
ahead,
the same
keep it
time,
efficient.
that's an Ipatsu that just missed. And it's not like Matsushima's in a dominant position here.
That's true. That's true. And it definitely an additional like 2 to 4,000 points would have been only
a lot
positive.
on this table.
Yeah. The sad sumo.
Yeah, that's one where you reveal it and sheepishly show you
Yeah.
actually had a good weight and probably should have reached.
Yeah, everyone else is just like, oh.
Okay, here's your 300, 500. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, guess you chose that.
All right, we have a Haku pair here. Couple other pairs. Not really any value in it yet. We'll see how it gets played. The 2-so moves this towards an Itsu. The draw there gives just kind of pinfu shape, a bunch of lower Manzu, so maybe some shifting in that direction. The 8-so is another pair up. Could go Chitoi with this. Also going to, of course, accept a 7-so Dora. 3 fills the Penchon. 8-so, well, it's definitely moving towards Itsu. There's also
very
a 2
nice.
4 Sanjiku route. I'm going to call the Haku. Would love to go Honitsu with this, but may not get there just based on the rest of the hand.
Yeah, looks like our dealer's looking to just run away with Haku and get another hand.
Well, dealer's at 18-3, a pretty distant fourth here, but of course, Mon got away from first. Ooh, okay, yeah, that cutting the Chun instead of the floating so tile is definitely. I just want to win the hand.
Yeah, I think that's the plan. Is just get out of here, get another draw, keep the game going, and start to work up some momentum.
And setting the potential Suji trap on the 1 pin later by cutting the 4 now. 6 extends the Manzu shape. You have too many pairs, but we'll cut the 1 for now.
7.
Speaking of too many pairs, or not enough pairs, depending how you look at it. Oh, well, that's just Tempai.
Yeah.
4, 7.
Nice and easy. Can't
Or
accept
just
the Dora.
Haku, potential Dora. Oh, well, that's a draw. That is a mess.
Yeah, it's a tough.
It's
a
the
tough
you will
construction.
never get Itsu no matter what you do.
We're ditching the. Oh, come on! Come on!
Oh,
jeez.
no. And the thing is, if the 2-4 had been cut, it would have been the Riichi Itsudora.
Yeah, yeah. It's always rough. It's always rough when you try something and it just comes out backwards like that.
Well, that's just playing direct efficiency versus playing for... Oh, well, that's a fix. This is a 4-7 Riichi.
Pretty darn good.
Yeah, Riichi Pinfu Dora 2 minimum. Maybe Sumo with another Dora. That fixes a backfire. Just draw
yeah.
Dora.
Well, our dealer
and now
is
dealer. Oh, ooh, that's close. Of course, that would have been the Sumo on the Itsu.
We have this overlapping weight now, which is really interesting. If our dealer draws a win, then our dealer's not going to deal in, so they can just play. I mean,
yeah, and I think just with the scores they are, Hayami's just going to push.
Yeah. Hayami's got to push. So it's really just a big overlap. So it's a little bit of luck of who's going to draw the right tile.
Yeah, 4-so, 7-so for 2 players, Tenpai. And dealer gets it on the Dora.
With the last 7. Very nice.
Sumo with Haku Dora 1, so $1,000 and the Riichi stick.
All right. Very, very nice.
Still in 4th place, but now his game is getting tight.
Yeah, what about
less than a
4,900
gap 1st to 4th, and Hayami gets another dealer turn here.
All right, let's see what we get.
Dreaming of 789 Sanshoku, but we'll probably just play it efficiently for now, see if it gets there. If you didn't have the 4-5, I'd even kind of hedge the Junshan, but with Ryanman in the middle, blocks like that, you just play for your Pinfu. With a Chun Anko.
That hand looks like it's going to be fast.
Well, it's going to be fast if you open it. It may not be that fast if you keep it closed and go for value. Haku, well, this hand is what we call bad. Kanchan, pair, nothing.
A bad hand is just more opportunities to draw good tiles.
There is wider Ukiire the farther you are from Tenpai, but Kanchan hell like that is called such for a reason.
We got that
There's the Chun, not going to be conned. We see a pair up of the 4. Can use that as the pair. That looks like a really good shape. Is that Ishunten? It looked like it. Lonso doesn't do anything here. 3-pin pair out doesn't really do anything. Wants to keep the West of safe tile with how bad the rest of the hand is. Yes, that is a 2 Shunten. Because there's an extra pair there with a 4-4 9-9 pin. Hatsune going to be kept as a safe tile. 5-mon extends the Monzu shape, but everything's kind of messy. Maybe there's a 3-4-5 Sanshoku in there somewhere. 5s could get thrown back. And another Kanchan. Cuts the 5. Interesting. Doesn't want the 1-pin cut for the Ryankan. I feel the hand already had too many pairs, but likes the shape. Thinks the 2 isn't that good on the wall. Speaking of another pair, we'll just go for the potential Tanya, but unlikely given the 789 in Sozu.
I mean, Hots can probably go if you just want to.
Yeah, well, I think you can just drop the honors, because even if there's a Riichi, you could always go Chun, and you don't have to worry about it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you have enough safety in that Chunanko that you don't necessarily need those floating honors.
And that's a very important thing on safe tiles, is oftentimes the tiles you're building your hand in can end up being safe ones, especially if you have a Yakuhai like that.
All right, gonna lock in that 2, 3, 4.
And 2, 3, 4, 6 would love a 5.
This is where that west, you start looking askance at that west.
One so pair up. You really want to settle on the 3, 4, 5 Sanshoku or maybe 8 Mon. You could always throw it back and brute force Tanyao. We'll take the widest option. Says we don't need the safety. We're just going to go. 4 Mon pair up. Ugh.
Another pair.
Yuck. They just not gotten there. There's a move towards Ipeco with a 4, 4, 5, 5, but it just feels way too slow on turn 9. Move towards a Chanta. Does have that 6-0 to get rid of later, though. 1-so connection. Now it's perfect Ishanten. That was the tile you're waiting for, kind of the whole hand. And that's also an Ishanten.
Oh, we pair up
West
this
pair
west.
up. Ooh, how
Pretty
greedy. Yeah, I like
cool.
this 8-so. It is Dora as well.
And
So
there's
you
a
call
weird
this down
Junchan
for
option.
Chanta, Chun, Dora 2.
So yeah, it's not Junchan, it's Chanta. Every outside hand is Junchan in my heart. Oh, we're so close to Tenpai, but what do we do? Our Sanshoku is going to be hard to acquire here.
Yeah, it's basically which so tile do you want to cut is how I feel this hand is. I'm not cutting to 3, but the 5's fine and the 1's fine. Yeah, just goes with the efficient route with the 5-so. 6. How greedy are you for Itsu? The answer is not very.
Not very.
Oh, well, that's just Tenpai. That is a slam. Waiting
North
on
or
pay
1 pin?
and 1 pin. And that is not the Yakuhai. So it's just Richinomi.
Ooh. No greed in that discard. We got rid of our Chanta chance, but lived to draw another day.
5. Oh, well, there was your Itsu route.
Yeah.
And cuts the Gambit to 5 Mon. Can still move the hand a little bit forward. No! The 8, 9, and draws the 7.
Oof. It's all right. We're playing safe. Oh, here's an Itsu chance. We've rebuilt.
Yeah, this is... Are you sure you don't want to go for Itsu? Are you sure? I'm not like
tiles.
sitting here tempting you, but...
But I mean, yeah, it's like it could happen. There are worse Ishan 10s.
The problem is the multiple pairs here is kind of annoying. The 6 is safe. We'll just shove the 4 into this.
Ooh, which is going to make that 1 look a little safer.
Right, with that Tsuji. Man, it draws you. Wait a sec. Did I really push that last turn? Oh, wait, I did, didn't I?
Oh, another beautiful Itsu option coming together.
Yeah,
But we'll
just going to
reach it
take
as
the
it
Riichi
is.
anyway. 2 5 pin, Riichi Pinfu. And that is the look of, wait, you weren't supposed to do that. I was the one
Yeah.
doing Boashi here.
Now it's time for some heavy thinking as well. Do we keep going? We just hook it.
Oh, Sumo, reach
on the
Sumo.
north.
Or a 1.
Dora.
So going to be a decent hand here. And of course, you also get the Riichi stick and the Homba.
Very nice. Very nice. A lot of action that round.
Matsushima now clearly first place, will be dealer in South 1.
All right.
And you
halfway
figure
through.
when you get that type of weight, it's going to win. The question is when. And you figure it was just stuck in the wall, which it definitely was.
Yeah, that's the kind of weight where it's like other players will almost definitely not be holding on to these tiles.
Especially when the 4-pin comes out like that.
Yeah. Like, unless the whole table is, like, mired in despair and just automatically folding everything, like, it'll come out.
All right. A few pairs there, possibly Peiko and lower Pinzu. This is kind of a regular pin. Ooh, that's a shape in Mansu.
Those always look more exciting than they are, though.
Yeah, it's missing about 1 or 2 tiles from being an amazing shape. It's still a cool
Great
shape.
start. It's a great start.
Nate, so going to be held around as a floater. Doesn't really do anything immediately. Oh, and the 2. 2, 4, 5, 7 when you want to go hold it to in another suit. There's a
Ugh.
route where you cut the entire block. 4 here extends the Pinzu. 1, 2, 3, 3, 3, 4. Well,
Oh
no.
man.
All our fun is gone.
Yeah. The tiles say, no, you can make a normal hand.
Make a normal, cheap Riichi bad weight hand. Well, that's a fill. Got
Ooh,
the 8 last
good
turn and
fill.
the 2 this turn. Now you shunten. 4's a really good floater here.
All right, let's get rid of that tune.
2 completes the shape in Sozu. This is an
Also very
Ishunten
nice.
for Riichi Tanyo Dora. 7 connects. The 8 connects to the 7. Speaking of 7s that don't really connect, we'll cut the 8 because there isn't any Peiko route back in. That's going to be difficult to finish. When you have a 4-so floater, that's not
Another
really
pair.
the tie you want, but there isn't any Peiko if you get 7 mon. One so's a miss.
So,
Ugh. Yeah, it just throws
yeah.
the 5 back. It's a good Dora floater, but your shapes just feel pretty locked at this point. 8 so pair up. Ugh. I'm almost tempted to cut the 1 pin, but I like the 2 mon here. I'm not buying Sanshoku, and yeah, there it is. And you
Yeah.
still have your Dora acceptance with the 5. Nine. Well, that is Tempai.
That
Do you
is
just
tempo.
Dama and greed for some? No. This is a Dama waiting on the 3 using an Anko of 9s.
How strange.
Yeah, just wants the good weight upgrades. I don't like that. I think you either just cut the 7 or you cut the 2 pin and get super greedy.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what happens there.
Two so doesn't do anything. Still at Ishan 10 for Richidor 1. Oh no, there was Sadako! Oh. Well, regardless, it's going to be Riichi on the 4-7 pin.
It's a better weight at least. And now everyone's got to think about their lives.
This is very much a do I really want to push 3 so? Because that's the problem with this leftover tile. Because you see the discard. And yeah, there it goes.
Mm.
5
Another
pair
pair.
up.
Oh,
Now, your plan here is just Todd now using the 5 as the pair. Well, that's a
Fixed.
Dora, so that may be the end of this.
Nine draw. Huh.
Ipeco upgrades and lots of them.
Yeah, that 8 pin looks like it's the least exciting tile here.
Well, the 8's the most efficient. The question, you're going to shove it when you have all those 5s as well, and the answer is yes. And followed by, 8 pins clear. Thank
Yeah.
you very much.
Best friends for life.
6. Actually, wait, is that connable? No, you can't. That's one. There are online platforms that let you do that, but it is not
What?
normally allowed con.
That shouldn't be allowed at all, because that's still changing your hand with your drawn tile.
Changing your hand shape, yes.
Yeah.
It's not changing your weight.
But you shouldn't be able, I think in Reach you can't take any drawn tile into your hand.
And 6-0 does clear. Could call this, but doesn't, and drew an 8-so.
All right.
And there's a
There's a sumo.
sumo. Whole bunch of foo here. And no aura, so just Riichi sumo with probably 40 foo.
That's 40.
And it's like it says, I'll just take my second place for now. And we are in South 2. Ishida will be dealer here. Has a whole bunch of pin tiles towards a Honitsu. And in the Dora suit, you don't really have to think about it. I just go, especially with the rest of this. Wow.
Oh,
The hand
heck
got
yeah.
better and better the more I saw of it. Pretty good pin foo shape there. Good, a 6-pin would really help. And a whole bunch of garbage honors to get rid of, but there's a route here. You could be tempted to go Kokushi, just given the overall scoreline, but efficiency is definitely the normal play here. One so pair up. And just keeps the 4 floater here. Going to keep an option of a regular hand, not just hard committing on the Honitsu just yet. Also, a 2-4 Sanshoku upgrade later, or 1, 2, 3. 7 fills the Ryanman there, 5, 6, 7. 8 still doesn't really do anything, especially after cut the 7 the previous turn, always feels bad. 3 shows those tiles, can use it once, could use it twice if it comes next turn.
Nice fill.
We'll hold the north for now, and that north is not held. The 7, 8, 8, and those are always feel pretty bad when it happens. 5 extends the Manzu shape. This hand's looking cheaper and cheaper unless you get the 5, 6, 7 Sanshoku.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I'm like, it does open the door to that. No Haku needed.
South pair up, that is, of course, Yakuhai. Ugh. Yeah, just throws it back. You don't need the extra pair in that shape. You want the safe tile because the rest of the shapes just aren't great. Now, that's a draw.
Very nice.
And there's the call. Just try and get the 1 Han here. 6 doesn't really do anything here. Same situation as the 6, 6, 7 in Pinzu last turn. 4. Oh, well, do you really... Well, you can't really greed the Sanshoku because you don't have a pair for it. The question is, do you greed the Tanyao? I would. I'd cut the 9-mon.
I might cut the
Instead,
9.
locks the shape in, cutting the 4-so. Next sends the Ryankan in Manzu. It is the most efficient cut by far. There is Tempai waiting on 1 4-mon. So that 7's not what you want if your goal is a 5, 6, 7 Sanshoku. Five pins a myth. We'll just get thrown back. 9 so doesn't really fit. 9 pin does. Would love to go Itsu, but you feel really bad about it that you're this late and you're still not that close to Tempai. So could shift this if wanted, but we'll keep it with Sumigiri. The advantage of that is you can always shift again later if someone else reaches and you decide you want to throw the 1. 7 pair up. Ugh. It's pretty useless here. You've locked the shapes in. By cutting the 4-so, you've pretty much determined that's the final shape.
Yeah.
6 is a nice fill. That is now Ishan 10. We'll cut the 2-so. Might even call for Sanshoku if given the option.
Or a pair.
It's just the 1 pin. Oh, 5. Goes to 5. That's a little interesting.
Maybe we're hoping to call the West.
That's a complete abandonment of the Itsu. Just wants the relative safety here. The 5-pin head come out, so it's also safer tile. Oh, well, that just tempai. So you can Riichi the 8 and guarantee the Sanshoku, and that's going to be the play here. Riichi Pinfu Sanshoku, 6-9 mon.
6-9.
And of course, see this hand. If it draws a 6 mon, this is going to be very bad.
Yeah, there's no way out of there. I guess the 8. The 8 is way out of there if you get it.
No, draws an 8, but it's not the one we're worried about. Oh, the 1, so the other way would have been the Apatsumo. But you're not going to take the Shampoo there. And this is one where, wait a second, I have a Cheeto right, don't I? And then looks at the rest of the hand and goes, not really. Oh, the 5, so... I
Oy.
feel this hand was just... got itself in trouble with that 4-so cut. Just wanted to take this Ishan 10 and lost all flexibility in the hand. I don't think it's necessarily wrong, but it definitely forced the hand to be way more rigid.
See what we get. Oh, we got a 1.
Yeah, that's a fold. 1 pin safe. Hatsu's safe. At least it should be. I can't. You already discarded 1 yourself, so it's not live. You have good shape tempi.
See you later, 4.
The other West, of course. June. That's come out. 2 out at least that I already see.
Should be alright.
Really? Okay, think something's up and is going to throw the 4 for now and use the tune as a safe tile, probably on the last discard of the hand. And that's a Dora draw, so this is over.
Yeah.
It's one thing to push random Suji. It's another thing to just yeet the Dora for a 1 on hand.
Not worth.
It might be worth, but not at 19.5. Oh, well, that fixes the dilemma a little bit. There's a route back in. It's just so late. Oh, and the 1.
Right. If it's safe, it's safe. Tunes can come out. And this is the last
Does not get back to Tempai. So it will be 1 player Tempai. Just the reaches. Well, I'm glad I didn't cut the 6 pair to move it over. And Matsushima. The only thing that can stop her is the wall not giving the final tile.
Apparently.
Orange South 3, Osaki will be dealer, or is of course Reach Sick and a Homba out there. Nine pin is Dora, and it looks like a pretty standard Pinfu type hand with either 3-4-5 already completed. The rest of the shapes aren't great. You're gonna have a bunch of honors to get rid of, but I'll take a hand like that in general. This, on the other hand, is significantly worse.
Yeah, a lot of shrapnel. Not much even matched up.
There's a 1-so pair up, and everything else is just kanchans. I have a Haku pair, and I have a South pair.
That's not bad. And a Hatsu pair.
Hatsu pair up can just call and go potentially. And Osaki has a huge incentive, of course, as dealer to get anything. 6-pin Anko moves the hand along. East doesn't really do much. We'll hold it for the Honitsu. 4-pin gives him possibly Peiko. Can cut Chun or Tumon. We'll go with the Tumon. Okay, it's useless. Back it goes. 1 pin extends the Kanchan shape there with a floating 3. Forces another pair. I just cut the Chun. Cuts the 9.
Cuts the 9. Interesting.
I like keeping the options for pair-based hands open. I just don't think the Chun is that useful here.
Another pair.
No, it should just be 9-pin. The 2 shows a good floater here. Oh, 9-pin's Dora, so no, it shouldn't be 9-pin.
Got some interesting options here.
2 Monreal doesn't do anything. Oh, well, there's an Ipeco shape.
Very nice. Here's
4,
the hots.
4, 5, 5, 6.
But it's passed up for
3,
now.
And
That's
there
the
goes the
and
Dora.
There goes the Dora.
We knew we'd get there eventually. June pair. Oh no.
How
And I feel this is the problem with the 9s, is you'd feel okay about the cheat toy now if you hadn't got the 9. But
That's
I'd got the
true.
2, so I just look at that as a direct backfire. Speaking of pairs, another one here. That makes 4. 1 doesn't do anything. Haku pair ups. Now we're pair locked on that.
And moving towards that Honitsu.
That's 4-pin here. Likes the 9 as a safe tile.
And comes out.
Two
Does it get
goes
grabbed?
out.
Yes.
Are you sure? Yeah, there it goes. Now Ishanten would love to get a Hatsu. That fills the 688 with a 7. But there's a pair in this handle, so use the 1. This should be the 8-pin.
Yeah, 8-pin would be, well, unless you're worried about Dora connectivity, but...
Well, Dora just came out, so I wouldn't.
Yeah, it's a little late to be fussing over that level of could be.
Ooh, 3's a nice little pair up. And getting closer. Could even be Chitoitsu Onitsu. And there's Tempai. Which weight will be taken? Will it be the 2-5-so weight? Doesn't take the Hatsu Shampon. Of course, we see one of those out, so it wouldn't be that good a weight. Oh,
More pairs, but no.
Throws it back. And Sumo. Nothing fancy here. Osaki says, I want my 1 Han, give me my sticks.
Yeah, a lot of potential going on out there. But in this case, a simple win. Shutting it down.
Closes the gap with Matsushima a little bit here, but most importantly has a repeat. And we're late in the game, South 3-2. So even those small wins are very important.
Yeah, everything's... Well, what? Matsushima is 4,700 ahead of second. But a whole 14,000.
A little less. Well, we saw Pinfu for dealer, but we see double South call.
Grabbed right out of the gate.
Possible Honitsu. That's already Mongon level. And look at those Pinzu pairs.
Oh, God.
9, I'd take it. There it is.
We're doing it. We're doing it.
Well, we might be doing it. Oh, well, that's
Are we doing it?
Now we have to.
We are for sure doing it. Oh, because there's so many ways to
We're a little
here.
sad if we get the 2-pin, but even that's not that sad.
Yeah.
We'd love the toy though.
That's a great hand to have. There's so many good ways to tempo here.
I see a bunch of pin tiles held there as well. So it feels like the 2 open hands are the ones that are going to be going at it directly. Now the 7-8 cut, you feel a little sad now, but we see the 6 and the 9 called, so it's not like it's that useful. But the worst feeling is the 6 gets called, the 9 gets called, you cut the 8-7, and then the 8 ends up getting called. It's like, I had that block, but that's not the situation here. Okay, which floating honor will be held?
Looks like we want to hold the South for potential safety.
Yes, because it has been pulled, I believe. Yeah, the double South was called. And you can cut the 1-2 here for callability, but we'll cut the 9 for now.
I think the plan was Itsu. Or at least maybe Itsu.
Yeah, it'd be maybe. The problem is when your tiles in the suit keep getting pulled, it's not good. It feels almost like an I called and now I regret my decisions after a Honitsu in the suit that I'm floating on. Oh, there's
Oh,
Tenpai.
Tenpai.
June with the toy. That's a monster hand.
That's the big ones, yeah. Let's see if it happens, but... Ooh. Cheating Fedora. But not Tenpai yet.
7's not it. I believe that's Hanemon with Toy Honitsu double south, regardless of which side fills. Anko of the 3-bon now.
Everyone's getting very exciting draws here.
Oh, Con?
Oh!
I mean, we have to, don't we?
We could go for a clever Tenpai, but like...
There we go.
Yeah, we're just gonna do it. Let's do
Goes
it.
for the Con. Shows the new Dora. Misses the red shot, though.
Oh, I have to throw the old Dora. That's a shame. But that's probably going to put some worry into people.
Well, the other part is if you do flip the red shot, you're going to be on whatever review show happens. Because they're going to want any excuse to show that.
Oh, heck yeah. And the 3-so Anko is being taken apart. This is an interesting play. This is another interesting moment. I feel like
trying lateral movement. Yeah, just doesn't want to fight this directly. Now they see the 3 calls, including a Con. So it does scream Toy as well.
Yeah, it's visibly dangerous. No one wants to mess with this.
No.
See, I was thinking about that. Like, if you just change it up.
Yeah, it just feels like the question, can you just sumo?
Oh
and
my.
Matsushima's gotten a lot. Oh, well. No.
No, we're not accepting this temptation.
The thing is, even just getting the 3,000 here is perfectly acceptable for Matsushima. Go into all last like this. 35-6. Almost 10,000 clear of the field.
Yeah, it's not a bad place to be.
And, Hatsu pair up. Of course, we see where the last 2 were, so.
Yep. Well, now
Says, Olsen, hey, I have safe tiles. This is a hand that is looking for a way to get back to Tenpai on 4-pin Tonki. I feel the 1-3 so is what I would cut. We'll cut the 6-7 because the 6 is already safe. There's a decent chance the 2 flows out. We do see that 2 come out, but there's only one of them left. So the 1-3 not a great shape. And keeps it again. Oh, there's our sumo!
Oh, wow. Chun Sumo!
Chun. Okay, so there is not the South. That was the other player, but it's Chun, Toy, Honitsu. That it's Mongon.
Yeah. Beautiful 8,000 points and pulling in into South Fourth with now a commanding lead for Matsushima.
And the thing is, it's not even that bad for anyone but Osaki because it does Oyakawa. He pays the extra 2,000 as dealer. So Ishida and Hayami actually close the gap a bit for second.
Yeah, like, as much as Matsushima's up and away in terms of first, like, Hayami's 1 Mangan Sumo away from a guaranteed second place. So this last hand is still going to be really important.
Well, I see an Anko of Hatsu.
That's a great place to start.
Bunch of pin tiles, but we have the 3-4, so maybe you don't hard sell out on it. But I think this may be a closed hand. You just go for the Riichi Hatsu. 6 kind of feels Pinfu, maybe an Itsu in Sozu. The 8 pairs up, just play efficiently for now, kind of a Pinfu hand. Maybe a distance 79 Sasha, but really unlikely here to get anything out of it. Ooh, doesn't like the 8-mon floater, so definitely keeping the option open to go Honetsu. Monmon doesn't really do anything here, so that's going to get thrown. 8 pin, now potential completes the penchon shape, now an 8-9. But has that Montu shape, so might still not be Honetsu. She isn't going to do anything there. Friso fills
Nice
the
fill.
Kanchan with 2, 3, 4. That 3 does not connect to anything, but it's a decent floater.
It opens that 2, 3, 4 Sanshoku option up. It's a little far, but
It's something you're always considering when you're just looking for points like this. Speaking of 2, 3, 4 Sanshoku routes, do you ever cut 9, 7? Instead, plays
Maybe.
efficiently. I'd be very tempted in Okada. In Akari, no chance. But in Akanashi, I'd be very tempted. We're going to see the North called here. 5, so completes a Ryanman shape. Now, yeah, Osaki just wants the 1 Han. Says, you know what? Get me out of here. 8, so pair up. Could turn us into Riichi Pinfu Tanya Dora. That'd be a nice comeback hand.
ooh,
Which weight? 3, 6, or like this 9-mon Tonki?
we're sitting with a 9-mon to the hope we can upgrade.
Well, that kind of was the upgrade because it accepts Dora. That is the decision. That is the weight that is wanted. Well, this is Ishan 10 for Riichi Pinfu Dora. Oh, there's that 9-mon. Uh-oh. That's the Haku for now. And we're going to see a shift here to the 2, 5, so Nobetan shape. One pin doesn't do anything. 8-mon doesn't do anything. There's a fill, and this is now headless Ishanten, or you could cut the 3, 5 in Sozu. And let's go to the play. Cuts the 3 here. Well, speaking of 3s, I think there's always 2-mon.
Tanya. 2-mon probably has to go regardless.
Yeah. 7 pin allows you to accept another Dora, but you lose Ipeko if you got that shape. Can get away from this 9 pair, though, which is the idea. Oh, well, there you go. That's just going to be a slam. Riichi,
Yes.
Hatsu, but it deals in.
Slams right in to just north.
And that's going to be the end of the game here. As he just shut down there at the end with that 1 Han hand.
Everything got really exciting. And everyone's drinking some water after all that.
That's some celebratory drink. 51.2 there. Really just sumoed a bunch and won the big hands. Osaki was second there on the end with a 4.7. Ishida minus 20.6. Fought there for a bit, but just couldn't get too much the other end. Hayami just didn't get anything.
Or I feel like that was also like a.
Yeah, sometimes you just can't get there.
Yeah,
and it's not like they were just actively folding to everything. There was a lot more push than you might expect, especially in a close game like that. No one wanted to give up, it felt like. There were a few situations where you're like, and we're going, and we're going, and we're going, and the wall gives them Dora. I think that happened 3 separate times for people who were pushing for Tenpai.
Oh, for sure. This it's funny because some previous games I've seen had been they felt very like people would fold really quickly. Everyone was kind of backing off, but this game everyone's really in it to win it. And despite that, it was I think mostly sumos.
Yes, it was. Of course, we had the shutdown there on the end, but I like seeing a little more aggression in the game like this.
Oh, for sure. It's really exciting when everyone's just like seeing how they can best keep moving forward and really keeping their eye on the prize.
Right, not just. There are a few times where you just look at the head and go, hey, this isn't happening, and that's fine. But the wall kept also baiting people to get back in. There was so much of that.
Oh yeah, whenever someone folded, their hand would just be like, no, check this out.
Are you sure?
Yeah, you sure you want to do this?
All right. Well, we have the results for today. Hokkaido Fan Meeting taking the brunt of it there, minus 67.8, and everyone else pretty much around the same level. 3 Arrow Channel 22.8, Little with 16, and Gatinha at 28. But I mean, the big score that jumps out there is that Arisa Aragaki in the second game, 59.5.
Huge win there. Maruyama had a similarly sized win there actually in game 1. Both like over 50, just massive wins.
Yeah, all the games had someone over 50 with the win.
And interesting enough, I think today was a good day, or at least a net positive day for everyone but poor Hokkaido Fan Meeting. That ends up down about 67 on the day. I think all the other 3 teams end up a little positive, which is good to see.
Yeah. Hokkaido Fan Meeting salvaged that second there on the end with Osaki saying, okay, I can't beat Matsushima, but at least I can salvage my team some points.
Yeah.
And so we have the up-to-date standings. Yeah, Hokkaido Fan Meeting in first. Pretty big gap, but only a couple games over Mahjong Arrow 3 channel. Mahjong 3 Arrow channel, Little in third, kind of dropping off now, getting in the danger zone at minus 60.
Yeah.
There is time, but it doesn't feel good.
And poor Bar Gatinha is way down, so it would take a little bit of a miracle for them to launch themselves back up.
The problem with that situation is it doesn't take a miracle. You're running a game. It's going to take multiple miracles.
Several connected miracles.
But it is possible when you play with this big first place bonus. One day can be a 200. The problem is you need 2 of those types of days.
Yeah. But the rest, I mean, Mahjong 3 Hour, Little's a little further off, but I'd say the upper 3, they're within range of each other. If Hokkaido Fan Meeting has a couple more bad days like this, I wouldn't call it an insurmountable lead, so we'll have to see what happens.
Yes, and of course you can also do the math on that and see there were some big penalties handed out to this table. Usually it's someone didn't show up on time and everyone on the team gets dinged for it.
Oof, that's rough. Oh, very cool.
Well, it sounds like we have a little message from Little Old Little. Actually, Asami Ishida from Team Little, here to talk about today's performance and how her team's been doing so far overall.
Very cool.
こんにちは、リトルチームの、日本プロマージャン連盟の石田あさみです。はい、ここまではあんまり調子は良くないんですけど、今日もあんまり良くなかったです。でもマージャンは何があるかわからないので、まだまだ続きます。ぜひ応援してください。
That was Asami Ishida from the Japanese Professional Mahjong League, JPML. A little bit pessimistic considering they actually went positive on the day and caught up. But they're still
it's
behind.
running out of games. You're at the point where Little needs some help and needs a really strong run here. They're not out of it, but they're running out of time. So you feel the pressure, and that's the feeling there.
All right, that being said, we are winding down to the end for today. Of course, we mentioned before to go ahead and sign up for the World Riichi Online Team League if you're interested in some 3-player Mahjong. It's coming up in January. As well as Dave, we've got the World Mahjong League from World Riichi Championship, the US Tour. Just give us a little refresher.
So once again, we got 3 locations all on March 1st of this year. We got New York, we got San Francisco, we got Chicago. and we're going to be doing the first installment of the World Riichi League. Best 2 performers from these locations will be entered into an online tournament, and then the top 2 overall best performers after them, and the winner of those online finals will be getting a seat to WRC 2025. This is all possible thanks to our wonderful partners, myself in New York at USPML, Chicago Area Mahjong in Chicago, PML in San Francisco, and ARML is running the online tournament. Want to make sure to give shout outs to them for participating in this. And this is going to be the first instance of the World Riichi Pro League here in North America. So if you are interested in becoming a World Riichi Pro, the results of these events can count as your first participation in that program. So hoping to see lots of people there and have a great time.
Sounds like it's time for everyone to get started. Something big as a brew. But for us here on the stream team today, it's time for us to get ended, to close up shop. So,
yes, we will still be here tomorrow, of course. Same time, 4 p.m. in U.S. Eastern Time. I believe they're at 2000 UTC. So we hope to see you then.
That's right. Make sure to subscribe to the channel, notification bell and all, so that you don't miss it. It'll give you a little reminder in case you forget what time it is, or you need to translate it to your own time zone. And give us a thumbs up so that we know that you like the broadcast, so we can show up in the algorithm.
Heck yeah.
All right, from all of us here at the World Riichi Championship commentary team, good day, good night, and good game.
Hope to see you tomorrow.
See everyone soon.